Hey, how's it going, everyone? Knicks for the win. I agree. Dreams of wood. Hey, Lake. Hey, Legma. How's everyone doing today? You all having a good Saturday? I'm glad you're here, Soul P. I'm glad to hear you're feeling better, Leak. 180 spins. No spins today. We're gonna do a bit more of my speciality. We're gonna work on some system stuff. Maybe systems. We're gonna work on a CLI. Hey, Fishmonk. Yeah, I will get everyone up to speed on the CLI app. This is actually the one I removed the... Well, it's adjacent to the video I removed recently, the sponsored video, but I've got a CLI app that generates Git commits for me, and I want to add Charm CLI to it so we get some additional functionality. Soulp, this is not MVChad, this is just Tmux at the moment. No dot files thing today. Today I'm going to do some more CLI stuff. Yeah, Charm. Gent, that's it, Lake. You got it. We're going to add more to Gent. Replicant, I am using Alacrity, but I'm using it with Tmux. Why would you generate Git commits? Well, just the messages, not actually commits. So Git commit messages based on your staged changes. I'll show you the app. It's actually really cool, but you can use it to generate Git commit messages that are comprehensive based on the changes you've actually made. It's a fun project. It was meant to be of kind of some of the things I think AI is good for, because I'm a bit of an AI skeptic. It is an AI thing, yeah. But I think AI is good at some things. I just don't think it should be used as much as it is in this day and age. So I had an app idea from like earlier this year to basically generate language-based. So the app itself is written in Go. It just uses OpenAI. So it's a Go-based app. But I want to add Charm to it. So I want to be able to edit commit messages basically. And Charm has some really nice 2E applications. Virtual Insanity, Jamiroquai. I called it Gent for like generating Git. Yeah, I agree, Sergio. AI for problems that make sense. I think kind of shoving it into everything at the moment. I mean, to be fair, it was shoved into a lot of things before. It just wasn't as hyped. Is there some place we can find the VODs of your live streams? So they should be on Twitch and they should be on... they're on Twitch and they're on YouTube as well under the live tab. No, like parsing natural language or generating natural language, not parsing it. So it takes all of these staged changes inside of your Git and it just generates a natural language description of what's actually changed. And then you can use that as a commit message. Is it running locally or do you use API keys? Currently it's API keys, but I want to see if I can get it running with a local model because that would be much more fun. Although I think like the number of tokens it needs for some Git commits is quite large. But yeah, generating natural language. It's kind of a fun app. It was fun to build. And I think it's like where I think AI is good for. I think AI is good for generating summarization and for generating boilerplate as well. Although snippets are also good for boilerplate. How's it going, Typecraft? Yeah. I mean, that's the problem, right? I don't think I've ever seen anybody that great at generating commit messages. PR descriptions usually are better. Carmen GH? No, this is Ayla's GTK shell. Hey, Shreyas. I could turn it into an MVim plugin. Definitely. I'd want to get it to be... The only problem with... I mean, I could, yeah. Problem is it costs money on OpenAI, right? That's the only issue with it. And like, you have to have everything local because you need to get all the Git diff stages. Unless like I push the stages up to a remote repo. I mean, there's a way we could do it. What plugin? Shreyas, so we're building a... Hey, Eric, how's it going, man? Yeah, I'm looking forward to our next mentoring session as well. Yes, we're going to add some of the charm.sa libs to an app today. So most likely bubble tea for the text view, I think, is the component I want to add. Shreyas, I've got a CLI app that generates, I'll show you in a minute actually, but it generates git commit messages based on your stage changes, and I want to add charm to it. What makes you think it'll understand the semantics of the changes? It does. I mean, large language models are pretty good at that. I mean, this is why I want to add the edit button as well, so that you can, as a human, confirm it and then go, yeah, that makes sense. I'm going to, or no, I want to change these little things about it. So we're going to use charm to do that. Dreams of intelligence. LTT did a really good video on AI, I thought. At least somebody's like trying to bring the idea of LLM, or what LLMs are. Never heard of Charm. Charm's pretty cool. It's a bunch of CLI based. Let me actually open up the... Yeah, you saw the video, Shreyas. The one that I took down. I mean, I didn't explain what I didn't explain that video properly at all. So that's definitely on me. But a lot of people really wanted to see that video. So it is still up. I'll do a follow-up to it at some point. Charm.sh. So this is Charm. It basically provides a number of different packages for you to have UI components inside the CLI, add styling. It's kind of cool. Logging. They've even got like a CLI-based Git now, CLI SSH. This is actually an AI thing that they've just done. Why'd I take it down? It got a lot of negative reaction. A lot of people didn't feel like it was on brand for me. It was a sponsored video as well, so... And I think I took on that criticism. Normally, like, some people don't like sponsored videos, and I get it. But I think in this case, I didn't do a good job of actually explaining what I thought the product was good for. I kind of just went too much about the product. So I've got like number of rules that I have when it comes to sponsored videos. And like the number one rule is that the viewer has to come away from it feeling like they had a really good experience and they learned something new from it. Hey, Anonymous, thank you so much for the gift. Let me get that up and just read that. Thank you. Oles Jr., thank you so much for the subscription. I don't know why that came up as Anonymous. Yeah, Oles Jr., thank you so much for the subscription. I really, really appreciate it. You're helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world, and you're helping to make my dreams come true. Thank you so much. I don't know why that came up as Anonymous, so... Anonymous gifted, but maybe it wasn't Anonymous gifted? I don't know. Drink, you're right. You're right, Ligma. This time I've got 1 can of Coke. But I'm saving it. What's the go-to way to create a good TUI nowadays? I think Charm, bubble tea. Bubble tea is pretty good for TUIs. I hope he's delayed. It's Coke Zero. Coke Zero, come on. Not sponsored by Coke, by the way. I wouldn't ever accept their money. I'm sorry that I even pay him. I do like coffee, but it's a bit late for coffee now. It's midday. What's my favorite plugin in Vim? Probably Telescope. Telescope's great. But yeah, this is bubble tea, so you can have some really nice UI components and a TUI. Hey, Saplency, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Water is the best, yeah. I mean, that's what you should be drinking. That's what we're designed to drink. What would be the Python alternative for Charm? You may have to ask a Python dev for that. I don't know. So I think the component we want, they've got Bubbles, I think, is the actual component library they have. Examples, Bubbles, here we go. So they have the text input, which we could use. They also have a text area. Yeah, I mean, Coke Zero will hydrate you still. Probably not as effective as water, but it does have a bunch of other stuff in it, which isn't great. Like, I want to remake a community CLI for Svelte in Go. Should I use Charm for it? If you're going to have TUI applications, then maybe. But I mean, yeah, or forms or anything else. Zig user. Who is Zig user? They got Zig user here? So we're going to add charm to this app. I actually want to see how the app works. Pugaz13, thank you so much for the subscription. I don't know why this is coming on with it on us all the time, but Pugaz13, thank you so much for the subscription. I don't know if my elements are broken or not. Unless somebody did just gift for an anonymous amount. If somebody did, thank you so much. You're helping to bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world. And you're helping me to achieve my dreams. So thank you, thank you, thank you. We're going to get super hydrated again today, huh? That's true. You're helping to keep my kidney healthy. Hydration nation. Hydration's important. Hydration and sleep, I'd say, are the two most important things you can think about. All right. So this app is already built. I can show you how it's built in a bit. But currently, I think I need to use the OpenAI token. Let's, I want to see what it generates for the button we created the other day. Zen dots. Here we go. Yeah, okay, so we do have changes here. Let's see what it does. Tresla, we are doing charm bracelet stuff. Zerka pill, how many plugins do I have? I don't know. I could count. 21 loaded. Total 33. 33 in total. Hey, Harish. Hey, I work at McDonald's. Thank you so much for the subscription. That's coming through as a gift again, but yeah, I work at McDonald's. Thank you so much for the subscription. Oh no, Dolphins to Go, you did the gift. Dolphins to Go, thank you so much for the gift. I really, really appreciate it. Let me start that again. Dolphins to Go, thank you so much for the gift sub to I Work at McDonald's. You are helping bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world, and you're helping me to support my dreams. And you're also keeping my kidneys healthy. Flushing out all those toxins. Flushing out all that JavaScript I had to write last week. Those normal chat names. Alator21, thank you so much for the subscription. I'm on it, Ligma. You're helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world. And you're helping to support my dreams. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Harish, is that your real voice or did you change some settings? This is my real voice. But when I'm on YouTube, I talk real close to the mic, which gives you something called the proximity effect. So the closer to a mic you are, the deeper your voice will be. Also, if I record in the morning, my voice is way lower. It's more like down like this. But as my voice warms up through the day, it will change and get higher and higher. It's actually really interesting. Deepening it. I mean, I can deepen it. Wait, I don't think I haven't got it set up on this thing. But I can make it like mo mo mo. Tell that to Prime. Yeah, I mean, Prime starts at what, 5 AM, so I wonder what his is like at the end of the day. Thank you, Harish. I appreciate that. I was always self-conscious of it. I once had a girl break up with me because it was too deep. But we were like 15, so it wasn't real. Maybe earlier. Younger. But yeah, that was an actual breakup I got, so. Do we have an oldie in America? Yeah, I think we do. There's an oldie near me. Too deep. Naughty. What time is it where I live? You could see it just here. 12:55. 5 to 1. Zig user, thank you so much for the gift to Stream Elements. Is this broken? This is kind of weird, but Zig user, thank you so much for the gift. I really, really appreciate it. You are helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world. And yeah, The bot is not subscribed. You're helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world. I don't know why the bot got the gift. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh yeah, Shreyas, I need to give it a go. I really do. All right. So this app is just a simple CLI application. Nothing too fancy. Oh, we got 78 people on YouTube today. This is doing well. Okay, so I need to go install this last application. Copy name here. Don't steal from name here. Also, this doesn't need to be copyright. This is Apache or whatever. Zig user, thank you again for gifting to Hugo. You are helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world. And you are helping me to achieve my great dreams. You're also helping me to be very hydrated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I know Hugo appreciates it as well. We're almost halfway through that already. Gianni Swanipol, thank you so much. For those who can't see, Gianni Swanipol on YouTube just donated $39.99 ZAR. Thank you so much for the donation. I really, really appreciate it. And I will get the alerts for YouTube figured out at some point. But thank you, thank you, thank you. Again, Gianni Swanipol, $39.99 ZAR. Thank you, thank you, thank you. South African brand. Yep. You're right, Lake. It's been a while since I've been to South Africa. I last went in 2013, so just over 10 years ago. I was over in Western Cape. ZAR. Yeah, South African brand. Okay, Gent does work, but unable to enable database. I guess I need to add the Go to my path. Yeah, so let's add Go to our path. Still doesn't work, huh? Oh, it's Go. That's why. What window manager is this? This is Hyperland. Twitch link, you can find me at... Let me put it in. You can find me at dreamsofcode_dev on Twitch. So, Twitch. Wait. Let me scroll up. I missed a bunch of messages. Is the language Go and is that your main language? John Smith. It is, yeah. _dev, yeah, unfortunately. Somebody else managed to get it. You streamers always give me anxiety with your history, blatantly visible. Anything could appear. That's best way to test out your, I guess, OPSEC. But this isn't my main machine to work on. This is my machine just for streaming, so that does mitigate some of those potential pitfalls. But also, I use password store, so it's okay. It's not Arch. This is NixOS, which is why I'm having problems with this. But there it is. Okay, let's give this a go. Wow, that's annoying. I was on the wrong thing. Now this is where it gets interesting because I have to use an OpenAI API key. Let's see if that will work. Do I even have an OpenAI API key? That's the real question. Yeah. Avern the Wanderer, thank you so much for the subscription. I really, really appreciate it. You're helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world and helping to support my dreams. I don't know why the thing isn't working properly. I'm going to see if I can re-push that. Thank you. Added open, yeah, Dora. What is the CLI doing? The CLI, I will show you the CLI in a very short second. Let's actually find out what that mvar is. Yeah, you're right. I could just borrow one from somebody else. Can't remember what the token actually is, though. Well, I think OpenAI API key, OpenAI token, I think is it. Equals. And then this is how you don't leak credentials. Now, as long as we don't echo that, we should be good. Can I make a video on how I set up Nix and the whole GUI? It's so clean. I absolutely will do. I'll do it on my second channel. I'm going to do some Nix content. I'm just getting myself in a good spot that I understand Nix enough that I can use it. Now echo it. No, thank you. It is credit space. Echo to show how it works. Okay, everyone. Y'all want me to lose money. I get it. I actually have a video coming out tomorrow on committing secrets, so perfect timing. I've just got to do the finishing touches today, and it should be out live. All right. Let's see if that works. Didn't. Failed to wait. I don't have this. Okay, that's why it's OpenAI API key. That's the... Let's try that again. Failed to work. So it doesn't even work. That's great. I wonder why. Let me... check again. Maybe the API key is wrong. It should give me an error if it's wrong. This could be a very, very short stream. I'm going to have to try it in another terminal. Because I don't know if it's the token, which it could be. But I don't want to echo that out. Actually, I think we can run it here. Let's see. I want to see what I'm getting wrong here. Okay, that's good. Incorrect API key provided. There you go. That's the problem. I mean, I don't even think this API key works, so... Okay, that seems to work, but cannot fail to find a model provider for model GPT. Is that because the GPT model has changed since I've last used this? I think we're going to have to jump into Nix, aren't we? There's probably been an update since I last ran this. But yeah, so I had the wrong API key, as we can tell. Now we need to figure out the model. Yeah, I think GPIT 4.0, but I haven't installed this on here for a while. So let's go ahead and update our GPT script model. Anybody done? I'm definitely not. No, I now know I have the correct key. I just have the incorrect model. So let's get the release. Yeah, I'm like old, right? Here we go. I pressed the wrong button. Okay, 8.2. This is one of the things that Nix can be sometimes a little annoying of. Echo it out. You guys have got to wake up a little earlier than that to catch me out. I will absolutely happily dox myself, but ARM64, that's what we want, right? VI. Whoops. Oh, didn't copy it, did I? Hey, ROS man, thank you so much. Yeah, I wish I could, yay, but I'm on NixOS. Just doesn't work. See, this is where Nix can be a little bit annoying. Like, it's great because, well, once it works until somebody updates. And then the SHA is going to be wrong. But we can figure that out. But this is a little Nix tutorial for everyone. This is how you kind of build your own apps. Bastion. Am I sure? We could find out. Did I get the ARM one? You are right. Thank you for pointing that out. Whoever did just one letter changed. Kind of upsetting. In fact, I could have just changed that letter myself. AMD. There we go. This will fail anyway. Okay. Found empty hash. No, it's not on ARM. That's just me getting the wrong thing, Dora. Okay, here we go. Let's give this a go, see how it works. So yeah, a little harder to update when it comes to Nix. I think that's one of the core issues I guess I have with it, especially if it's anything custom. Now for me, once you know Nix, it's not too bad. Obviously it's not as quick as doing a yay update, but you know, you can have multiple versions of things as well. So let's try this now. Still failed to find a model provider. So I wonder if something's updated here. But at least the model is now correct, but let's try this. If it doesn't work, then we may just have to build something else. Yeah, it's still not working. This is a shame. I was looking forward to looking at Charm, but we can just build something with Charm anyway. Doesn't have to be this. This was just a good excuse to do so. Let me read the docs quickly. Make sure I'm not doing anything stupid. Well, that's what it says to do. You just install it and give it a go. Hey, Red. Okay, so that does work. So maybe I'm doing something stupid. Nah, still says failed to find a model provider. Let me see if there's any documentation on this. I'm friends with the people, so I can always just ask them. But can't seem to find anything, so unless it's like a NixOS issue. Yeah, I just did a Nix package. Installed a custom one. But it's still not working, unfortunately. So I don't know if it's a Nix issue or a skill issue on my end. But the documentation doesn't seem to say anything about it. So, likely it's my end. Hey, Lazewatch. I'll give it another 5 minutes to figure out what's going on. But let's list models. Yeah, that is weird here. I don't see GPT-4. So unless my API key doesn't have access to GPT-4? Is that a thing? Yeah, I think it's skill issues. Yeah, I'm on the newest version of the app, but it might be an API key. I could just hide screen and check my API key. That's probably a good idea, isn't it? Let's give that a go. You're stuck with me for a bit. Account.openai. I think it's just a skill issue. Let's use my security key. Yeah, I did the list models. I couldn't see any GPT-4 in there. So, I mean, we could try it with GPT-3, but it's not going to be very good, is it? I mean, if we can't get it fixed, it's okay. We can still build stuff with Charm. Thanks for the follow, everyone. Technical difficulties live on stream. The demo gods aren't favoring us. Actually, I wonder. Let me just check something. Yeah, maybe I am using the wrong API key, actually. I think I'm using the wrong API key. I think this is another issue. So let me just generate a new one. The demo gods is always skill issues. Yeah, I think you're right. It is, isn't it? I'm also like stuck in the wrong account. I want to log into a different. Nah, I don't think this is going to work. List models, right? Yeah, okay, it's the API key, I think. Let me go back to the desktop. What am I working on? Trying to get something to work. Trying to get my OpenAI API key working. Which it isn't at the moment. It is working on my recording box though, so... If I had to pick a programming language to get an entry-level job in a full-stack backend, which one would it be? Node.js or Python? Full stack. I think you're gonna have to use full stack. What am I using to manage passwords? I use, what's it called? I use Password Store. Oh yeah, okay, this is why I'm definitely not using the correct password manager. Okay, let me figure that out why. Okay, I know the problem. Okay, so this was a technical issue and we'll figure it out. Yeah, I don't think you can do full stack without JavaScript, in all honesty. Maybe you could do it with like Rust or something, but you're not going to get a job in it. Can't, okay. Okay, give me 2 secs. I'm going to get this fixed and then we're going to do it. But I've definitely messed up my password store. This is annoying because I also can't add because my GPG key is not working. No, what I'm working on right now is something else. But we're stuck with our password manager. I'm trying to figure out the best way to add it in without sharing or leaking the secret. I think I'm just going to have to do this. What is going to be the best way to do this? Because my GPG key isn't working. That's not a password. That is my YubiKey being a pain. And it won't come out. So, let's see. Okay, no wonder this isn't working. Okay, that's fine. Okay, cool. I think we're good. Let's give that a go. There we go. Now we got GPT-4. We did it. Finally, everybody. Thank you so much for the patience. I really apologize for the technical difficulties. That is AGS. Yes, Sussy Boy, you've got it right. AGS. Okay, now this should work. Or not. Okay, but that definitely looked like it was doing something this time. Yeah, this actually isn't working because there's no commits. So let's try this again. And that didn't work. Well, we're going to just move on to something else because this ain't going to work, I don't think. I know, all that risk for a leak, and we didn't get any though, which is good. I mean, it definitely is working now, but it's not, for some reason, working here. I really want to find out why though. This is the problem. Sometimes when things don't work, I want to know why they didn't work. Okay. I'm going to figure out why it didn't work. Because I have the scripts right here. So this should work. No commits to change. So that's why that one didn't work. Failed to find a model provider. Did I set the wrong? I set the wrong token again. No changes to commit. Okay, that's good. So that is probably why. So if we add these changes and then we go, okay. This I feel confident about. Yeah, okay, now it worked, finally. So this is what it does. So remember we added in that new button, introduced a new create page for sharing dot files, updated the home page to include a link to the new create page, enhanced button animations and styles in CSS. So this is what we actually did last time, if you'll remember. We added in that new create page for sharing the doc trials. Yeah, we're so back. So yeah, it automatically generates a commit message. Can you get out your API key so we can learn? You guys. Okay. So a little bit of technical difficulties, mostly skill issues my end from having the wrong API key. And also now I figured out I have 2 password store repositories. So that's something I've got to go and fix, which is going to be fun. But this is the fun part now. So add create page and update homepage link. Yeah, code 0 moment incoming. So this is what the app does, right? It takes these staged changes. Oh wait, you're not going to be able to see that. So these stage changes, there's our new create page. There's the link to it. And of course we did our awesome button animation as well. For those who weren't there on the last stream, let me show you what this was. So this was the animation that we did with the nice button. And then, yeah, I think the long stuff into the PR is good. Like, this is also where I was kind of thinking about this. I really want it to be in, like, the PR as well. So we created this new create page in this diff. We get this nice little button. And, as you can tell, it detected all of that from our stage changes. So we introduced that new create page. We updated the home page to include a link to the new create page. And we enhanced the button animations. Did GPT-4o have limitation? If you work on a big project with big code, the GPT will not be detecting all of it. It should detect all of it. You may run out of tokens, that's the only thing. Moonlaggers, I have my dot files. They're at elliotmins/.files or dreamsofcode-io/dot files. If you're on Twitch, you can use the dots command and it will point you to them. Is the gent code public? The gent code is public. So you can find it at dreamsofcode/gent. Not in Zendots. I got loads of organizations. So here's gent. This is the code here. If you want to use it yourself, it is public. It's just a Go script, Go application. I know YouTube support does need to be there. Little celebratory Coke for finally getting that done. But that's it. You got to have an OpenAI API token. I need to add some more documentation for this, but you know. So now we have the option that we can proceed with the commit message, yes or no. If I press yes, it will add that commit and print out the commit to the console. So pretty cool. Kind of fun. That's my knobbly knee, by the way. I kind of sit weird. Let me just make sure I didn't miss any important announcements in that time. Nope, I didn't. Good. Thanks for all of the follows, by the way. I really appreciate it. So it's a cool app. And it's like my fault that I didn't really explain this app properly in the video I did about it. So I'm going to do a follow-up at some point because I really like this use of AI. Like, it's a really good commit message. Of course, AI hallucinates, right? So the next thing I really want to add into this, which keyboard are we using today? We're using the Moonlander today. OnlyFans win. If there's a market for knee stuff, maybe, I don't know. Might come back to bite me when I'm older. But then maybe I'll look at my younger knees with like nostalgia or something, I don't know. But yeah, Moonlander today. Thank you, Zunkun. Hope you guys are doing okay over there. I hear it's hot at the moment. Definitely stay hydrated, and I hope the monsoon comes soon. Commitizen? I've never seen Commitizen. That's a good name though, it's got Zen in there. What is Commitizen? Oh, nice. Release management tool designed for teams. This is probably kind of where I wanted to go. I definitely wanted to have like some AI stuff for your PR messages as well, because +1 for Commitizen. I'll take a look at this. Okay, so it's like it generates it for you based on interactive messages or interactive like questions and stuff. That's kind of cool. Way less yeah, nice. So way less, I guess, hallucination or anything like that. Yeah, it does look pretty cool. I've never used it before either. I want Gent to also be pretty cool though. All right, so the next thing I want to do, kind of, we've seen how this works. It's pretty awesome. But let's say you want to add to this, right? Currently, there is no feature to do that. So the general idea behind it is we're going to use bubble tea. Yeah, you can message it with git commit amend, but that's not really a fun user experience, is it? Instead, I think we're going to add, as Dora asked on YouTube, will it let you edit the message after? We're going to add that feature in today. So we're going to use bubble tea to do that. Or bubbles. Wow, that is a bad SEO name, isn't it? So we're going to add some components. Probably, I think, the text area. I think this is going to be the best one. I think you have to write it to the commit message buffer. Commit message buffer? SR from YouTube, I wonder if you could put something together with Ollama, Llama 3, LangChain to do this. Yeah, definitely. I think that's where I really want to go. Ideally, like if we're doing this with PRs and stuff like that, it has to be kind of hosted elsewhere. And then if you're running your own model, that would be great. I'll probably do that. I'm going to do some videos on my K3 setup soon. Pardon me. Try not to burp on stream, but I couldn't help it. But yeah, we'll do the K3's cluster. I'm going to be putting 32 gigs of RAM in 3 boxes, so that should be enough RAM for an LLM. I don't know if LLMs can go across. 32, maybe it's not actually for this. But we'll see. If it could be distributed, then yes, but I don't think it can. Me too, NFT scam. Should be fine. All right, cool, cool. If not, I've got like an old laptop with 64 gigs. We could try that. That could just be like the dedicated box for running LLMs. But we're going to add the text area to it, I think. Thought you need VRAM for speed? You might do. Well, I thought RAM was needed once the model was trained. But I thought the VRAM was maybe needed for training. But I could be completely wrong here because I have not touched much LLM technicals at all. So you might be right, Dora. But I assumed it was more RAM you needed for the actual model rather than GPUs. But I could very much be wrong. Let's actually take a look. When are we getting Twitch rewards? You got to keep holding me accountable and I'll get them done. I'll take a look at some tonight. Let me make a note on my to-do list. It might not actually be tonight because I've got a video to go out tomorrow. I'm overworked, Bastian. That's my problem. I'm overworked and I'm dropping a lot of balls, so I do apologize. I will get Twitch awards sorted soon. Without sufficient VRAM, it's painfully slow. Okay. So it might have to be a laptop then. We'll still try it anyway, because it'll be fun. I don't know if it's using unified RAM, but VRAM obviously is going to be much faster. I do have a couple of GPUs I could use though, lying around. I could also... do I really want to self-host this though? I could turn my old Threadripper and an old NVIDIA GPU into something. Doesn't really give me much information here. Anyway, we'll take a look at that another time. I'm going to get distracted. Let's work on bubbles and the good old text area. Storytime input. So we started a new bubble T program called initial model. The initial model here is just what we're defining as the model, which is a placeholder, TI focus. So we don't actually need a placeholder. We want to fill this out with text. But let's give it a go anyway. See, this is where I always get a bit confused with. This is how this works, by the way. We're just giving some natural language instructions on what the AI model should do. But we also provide some actual code to it as well. Shin Spiegel, good to see you. So this is where we perform the confirmation and also the generation as well. Oh, thank you, Shin. So I think here is where we want to just display message. So we can do UI or just display message. Thanks for the follows, everyone. Let's give it a go anyway. Let's just build something out and see what happens. So we need to add bubbles to our... Oh, bubbles and bubble tea, huh? I think this should import it. This music's a bit too bopping for me right now. Let's go with something a bit more chill. It is AGS Enrique. So the initial model, the model is a text area and an error, text area and error. And then we just load it up and run it. So the model itself needs an init, an update, and a view. AGS looks incredible to create a custom GNOME without their shell in Hyperland. Yeah. It is pretty good for that. I mean, it makes use of GTK, right? I'm just going to copy this and just steal it. So initial model, we may as well pass in the message here. So this is what gets kind of interesting for me. Christian Roker, the charm stuff is pretty glamorous, if I do say so myself. Sorry, I'm speaking too fast. Yeah, it is. It definitely is. The model view controller is interesting. I can kind of see how it works, but it's very low level, in my opinion. Like, I want to add text to this. Is there a way to do that? Inserts a string. Set prompt function. Set value. Do we try that? Christian, what are we making? So I have a tool called Gent, which generates git commit messages based on stage changes. So you can see here, this is a commit that was generated using this tool, which is describing the stage changes. So what we're doing is we're building a tool that will, let me just say thank you to Convex Cabbage. Convex Cabbage, thank you so much for the subscription. You are helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world and helping to support my dreams. So thank you, thank you, thank you, and I really appreciate you. Also, I got a drink. Ligma, you got me. Yeah, so we've got an AI tool that is basically generating git commit messages for us based on our stage changes, but we may want to edit those messages. So the goal of this is to use, you can find replicant, you can find them on my dot files. So the goal of this is to add in a text view, which will allow us to easily edit these commit messages. And we're going to use bubble tea to do that, which should be fun. Yeah, this is NixOS. My dot files, you can find them on Dreams of Code dot files, and it's got my tmux configuration in there. Let's see what happens here. Debian, no, NixOS. It's basically an operating system built around the idea of the Nix package manager. Have I thought about self-hosting my Git remote? Absolutely, yeah. Definitely. Is this a 14-year-old programmer who dreams in code grown up? I wish. I wish I was that young. I don't think I dreamt of code until I started having debugging issues. Actually, we'll do format.sprintf os.std out, which at that point we're just doing log.fatal. Well, maybe I don't want to. Yeah, we'll do sprintf because we want to return this error. Failed to run UI. Yeah, Windows 11 isn't great. Might want to look at Ha or even Gum. Yeah? What's different with Ha and Gum compared to T? Terminal forms and prompts. This might be easier. Is it going to have a text? New input, new text. So you reckon a text might be better? What is the CLI app? The CLI app. Okay, what is CLI app? So maybe Ha is going to be better actually. Because I think the TUI is going to be a bit too much. That's a really good shout. Who said this? Ligma, did I miss a notification? Christian Roca, yeah, I think you might be actually onto something. I think Ha is going to be better than Bubble Tea, because Bubble Tea is a bit too... It seems like you should be building Bubble Tea for the entire model. So let's get rid of that. Because I didn't like where that was going anyway. So Ha it is. I think that's like probably my only real criticism of the Charm suite. There's quite a lot and they overlap. Again, skill issue. But skill issue on my end, of course. Well, thank you for the bits. I didn't get a notification for them. Did it come up on the screen? Do you know what? Let's revert this. Okay. Haven't written Go in a few years. Looking at it now feels comfortably familiar. Yeah, Go is pretty nice. It's one of the things I really like about Go. Okay, so Ha. Form equals new form. New group. Okay, text. That's what we want, right? Ha, new text. Validate. And I guess... Can we set the default? Though that's the only question I have here. What's my thought on What's my thought on Angular v16 Plus and Spring Boot framework? I've used Spring Boot very sparingly in my career, but I thought it was kind of cool that it did a lot for you. A little too magic for my own liking. But I mean, I can see why enterprises love it. You can do an awful lot with very little. Don't know why my auto importer isn't working. We haven't got any check for plagiarism. We don't need a blur. We don't need a title. Sets the value of the text field. I wonder if we can set that value. Let's try that. And I guess we need to do it into a... Do I NeoVim on Windows? I do not NeoVim on Windows. I am using... I mean, this is NixOS, Linux. Bro, your mic is MKH50. Did you consider buying the MKH416? I do have the MKH416. Yeah, I got both. What is the cost of Gent in your normal usage? I haven't actually used it that much. It's not the cheapest thing in the world. I think like I've spent maybe like $2 using it. Just on a video and stuff. It uses quite a lot of tokens when you got a large amount of code. So, it's not the cheapest thing in the world. But yeah, this is the MKH50. Glad you spotted that. Another microphone connoisseur out there. And the 416 is great. I love the 416, but the MKH50 is slightly better for indoors. It's this mic is fantastic, to be fair. All right, let's unstage these changes, I guess. Actually, let's do some dog fooding. We may as well, right? Now it's not working. Which mic do I prefer? The MKH50. Absolutely. Wonder why it's not working now. I'm just going to actually save a bit of money and just block this out. And then the message can be... Okay, cool. You want to call run on the form? Yeah, I think I also need to specify a form, right? New form. Cannot use new text as a component. Why not? Or can the text itself just run? Oh, you're right. They can. Okay, so that's pretty good. I do also record the video with the 50, yeah. Yeah, I like the 50. Very vulnerable to plosives. That's my only issue with it. I have to re-record quite a lot because I will hit a plosive. You go, keep me accountable on Discord. Make sure we get it fixed. But yeah, this thing, plosive city, which is annoying. Especially when you're in a really good take and you accidentally say proper or anything with a P. Okay, so this does let us commit, but then I guess we want to not print it out here, maybe print it here. That seems pretty good. Generated commit message. There we go. We had a charm in pretty easily. Okay, huh was definitely the right shout. Whoever suggested that in the chat. That was a really, really good shout. That was Christian Roca. Roca. Would you share in one of your future videos how you plan, script, write, prepare, edit, etc.? Yeah, absolutely. It is a messy process on my end. I'm not... Rocha. Christian Rocha. Got it. Too easy. Now you have to give it Vim emulation. I know, I was expecting this to be a little harder, but okay, Hut is actually really nice. That was pretty great, to be fair. What? 5 lines for an editable box? I accidentally reset my commit. Periods at the end of line is a war crime. Which periods? Edit commit. This one. Is that better? Why does having the light behind you not get hot? No, it's quite far away. And it's not that hot. Not that warm, I guess. And I got AC running anyway as well. Kershard, you're an inspiration to me because I like your style, quality, animations, expensive devices for better audio and so on. Yeah, I've definitely wasted a lot of money on things that aren't that great. This microphone is fantastic, but thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad I can inspire people. Maslani on the Charm team, also the HUD developer, suggested it. Really? That's awesome. Thank you for the work, Mas. I love it when developers of things come into... No, after chaining methods? Oh, yeah, I agree. But I mean, I copied that from the docs. I actually much prefer... Well, this one you can't really do it with, but I prefer the kind of... This approach. But in Go, you can't just have a dot on a new line. So this... But then you have to do this, I guess, so I can see actually the issue here. I tend to prefer this kind of formatting, but in Go you can't do dot value. It won't work. So, unfortunately, that's how you have to chain methods in Go. Hey Keo, how you doing? Period at the end of message changes, yeah. It is the Go way, unfortunately, as Bob said. One long line? Maybe. We could probably add a validator to this because we don't want it to be a zero text package. What is the huh package? Huh? 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 This is huh. A simple, powerful library for building interactive forms and prompts in the terminal. And it's pretty great, to be honest. Would you be able to share us your Moonlander Oryx layout? Absolutely. Huh? The name is so funny. I can imagine so many people getting confused about it. But it's a really good package. And it looks great. I think you can style it as well. We'll do a validation. Oh, you can even do a nice little prompt. But yeah, you can basically do HTML forms. I want to do a few videos on looking at how you can build your own versions of these because I think that's really interesting. But I think, honestly, Charm Bracelet, the company, they're doing a cool thing here. I really like that. I think they got funding as well recently, which is awesome. And Bash Bunny works for them as well, as DevRel, I believe. Definitely worth taking a tour of. Thank you, Kershad. The one bit of advice I would have is make videos that you want to make as well. Don't do videos that other people do because they do them. Bash is the best. Bash is great. Do you have any kind of tiling window manager on macOS? I use Raycast for that, but I hear it's a joke compared to stuff available on Linux. Yeah, I think there's Yabai as well, which is going to be pretty good. I tend not to use one on Mac, just because I do video editing and it doesn't really make sense to do tiling on a video editing. You kind of need the floating windows. But yeah, Hyperland's pretty cool. i3's pretty cool if you need X. DWM's great, but obviously not great on Nix. Sway's pretty good as well. Awesome is really awesome, but again, it's X, and I try to move away from X now. Bash switched to Emacs recently. Honestly, Red, I think that's a great idea. I really like Emacs, but only for org mode. Yeah, suckless. I've tried using Emacs as the terminal, it's just not as good as NeoVim. Who here uses Nix on macOS, by the way? Anybody? Or are we all using Homebrew still? Dolphin to go, you use Nix on Mac? NixOS, by the way? Christian? Nice. Nice, we've got a few people using it. That's awesome. Oh, F4 also uses it. I'm going to do a video with it soon. With DevEnv. I'm going to look at DevEnv. DevEnv looks good. Yeah, I didn't use mine that much. I use it for video editing because, honestly, there's nothing better. Can Nix be installed on a Mac? And can we get a tiling manager? Can't get a tiling manager. I mean, you can install Yabai with it. It's not straight NixOS. It's just the Nix package manager. So you still have Nix. You can have Home Manager. And you can install your packages. You can even manage Homebrew through Nix. Does need a lot of love, yeah. But I mean, you can use Homebrew if you need to, which is great. And the best way for it to get more love is to get more people acquainted with it. Yeah, nice. I recommend that, Dora. NixOS is pretty great. It does have a bit of caveats, but as you can see, like, it only took a couple of minutes for us to install GPT script on here, so not too bad. Like, that could be a lot worse. Okay, let's see if I can get this to actually work again. I could have just run out of money. Happens sometimes. So I do want to validate if it's Control-C or not working. Failed to generate message. Let's figure out why. No changes to commit, that's why. So that's something we can also add into this, I think. That's another task we should do. We should actually say why it's failing, if there are no changes. I am on Linux now, yeah. Yeah, I am, Kershad. Use NixOS but compile everything locally. You are correct, Dora. It is. Let's see what the git commit message is, shall we? Why didn't that work? Why didn't that let us edit that message? You know? But here's the message anyway. Sure, integrate charm bracelet half for enhanced commit message editing. Added charm bracelet hard dependency to GoMod for improved commit message editing. Updated commit command to use half for editing commit messages, including additional indirect dependencies required by charm bracelet. I mean, that's pretty good. I don't think we need the line about the include additional indirect dependencies. That's kind of... we could get rid of that. I don't know why it's not working now, though. Right, that is a bit weird that it isn't working. It's a bit inferred. Yeah, that is a little inferred. So that would be nice to edit that out because we don't need that. But we can actually change the CLI script to not do that. We can go get rid of low value messages or whatever. But honestly, just editing this would be good. But I don't know why we're not able to edit this. Is it because of the new lines? I reckon it's because of the new lines, right? Let's debug that. If I just copy this whole thing, we can figure out what's going on. Which audio interface do I use? Right now on this machine, I'm using the Rodecaster Duo, but on my main machine, my recording machine, which is over here, I have the Rodecaster Pro. Have I tried Nix Init? I've not. Red, I'm going to give that a go. I definitely need to pick your brain a little more on some of this stuff. Maybe edit message after an answer. Yeah, I think that would be good actually. But we need a way to cancel out as well. It just should be editing now, if that makes sense, which is weird. But it's not. And my guess is because it has new lines in it. Well, none of it's working now. Which is interesting. So I don't know why this isn't working. Wait. Oh, it's because I'm using the gent command. Yeah, that's it, isn't it? You got me. Or you got it. Okay, so now let's try then. No, not compiling. Okay, so this is better. Now we're able to edit the commit. So in this case, we don't want this last line because it doesn't mean anything. So the chore is integrate charm bracelet /her for enhanced commit message editing, added charm bracelet /her, dependency to go mod for improved commit message editing, updated commit command to use her for editing commit messages. This one's a little bit inferred, not really the best message. The other ones were pretty good, but at least it does say what it's doing. Can you do DD and other Vim motions here? I don't think so. This is just normal prompt, so there's no Vim mode here. I don't know if Huss supports that. I think you can try piping that to the Git editor. Then you can edit in a Vim buffer. What's the Git editor door? Let's have a look. Hey, Brown. So there's like an interactive editor, core editor. Let's look at git commit. Escape doesn't work either. I think it has to just be r/r/n. It's a variable for the git commit edit. Not sure about the API itself. Let's have a look. Interactive, maybe? No, I don't think it's interactive. Maybe you have to use it with GitHook. Do you install NixOS on a dual boot? Is it usable for everyday stuff? Yeah, I just use NixOS on my laptops. Okay, so you're saying, I think I know what you're saying now, Dora, actually. So you're saying rather than doing git commit m, just git commit, right? And then it opens up the commit edit message. Hey, Mighty Baka. Doing well, thank you. Seems like this should just pipe to the editor and let Vim, Nano, etc. take... So like this, basically. Is that possible, though? Okay, let's see. Let's try something. See, the only problem is I just don't think we can pipe to the editor. LazyGit does it. All right, let's try. I think this isn't going to work, is it? So we just want to open up the editor with an argument. But yeah, I think that may be better than using charm. Let's check the git commit options. Signature, signer, name. Commit stores. Yeah, I don't know if this is going to work. It's in the file.git commit edit message. So if I open that up and pipe to it, F. Could not read log file foo. So this is vim.git commit edit message. So that is that. So pipe into commit F. Okay, let's try that. Git commit file. Okay, so not that, but if we do, no. Which keyboard am I using? I'm using the Moonlander, ZSA Moonlander today. Okay, let's try that. Nah, that didn't work either. Actually, what are we building? We're building the ability to edit commit. So I have a tool right here that will automatically generate git commit messages. It is not lazy Vim. So it's an AI tool that I built that will generate git commit messages from your stage changes. What we're trying to do is add the ability to edit those commits. And I added it with the ha package, which kind of works. But we want to see if we can get it with an actual text editor. So similar to like git commit, but adding in the commit message here. So let's Google it. This is what everyone's saying, -F. But I don't think it lets you edit this. That's the problem. Like if we do... Yeah, it just adds the commit, which is not really what we want. It doesn't open up the actual editor. Temp file and see if that works. Edit in temp file, then pipe that in. I could do that, but... So, create a file, open it up in your defined editor. So like do editor foo, right, or whatever. You think that's the right way to go? And then pipe that file in. And then you got to delete the file. Is that what we're thinking? That's what git rebase I does. Yeah, I think it's what most things do. So we can do that. That's yank. I mean, I think that is how it's got to be done, right? You create a temp file. I am from the UK. Yeah. Kashad, I'm from the UK originally. So I think we have to open up a text file in the editor. Let's take a look, see what we got. Yeah, this is just exec.command. So I mean, that is how we could do it if we want to support people's text editors. Maybe that is a better experience because it feels a bit more Git, right? Not sure if that's the best way. I mean, it's more standard to Git, so it's definitely better than probably using HA because HA isn't as standard, right? Oops, not that again. Because otherwise people have to type as they would do normally. So I do think it's maybe the better way, but it's not as fun. But let's do it. Do we create a temp file in the temporary directory or do we create one? You figured it out, Ligma? Or you're saying I figured out? Git commit t temp file. Do I have to touch a temp file? Wait. Okay, so we have to create the file, echo your commit EF. Hey, Johnny might have got it right. Johnny Redbeard. All right, Johnny Redbeard, let's try this. Let's try it your way. Hey, I think Johnny Redbeard's got it. Oh, that is incorrect. Hugo, you might need to change that today. Okay, so that Johnny Redbeard's got it. Yeah, I'll give you the neofetch. Yeah, although I don't think the today is... Okay, today worked. You can use git commit em message to edit before. Em foo? Let's have a look. RM temp file, git reset, soft head. Ah, em foo is even better. There we go. Okay, so that's the command we want then. We got it. Good work, chat. Now I guess the options here should support it. Or hopefully they support it. Yeah, that is definitely a cleaner approach. The only question is this going to support it? I don't think this is going to support it. w.commit. So we may have to use os.exec. Yeah, I agree. Stream chat is best. It's like mob programming, isn't it? The only thing is, I don't know if it supports it here. Let's have a look. I'm using the go-get library. Also, what is the E? Is that edit? It doesn't give us anything. Dash V, dash Q, dash U, dash I, dash E edit, right. Message taken from file with F command with the M from the M from the commit object with C are usually used as the commit log message unmodified. This option allows you to further edit the message taken from these sources. And that is exactly what we wanted. Redbeard, good job. Hey Puyan, thank you so much for the compliment to my system. What one book would you suggest for Go for 10 years experience other languages dev? Probably 100 mistakes you can make in Go and how to avoid them. I think that's a good one. A lot of people come from other languages and use Go and bring kind of a mindset of other languages to Go, which tends to be a big issue. If you start making like factory patterns and stuff, I think the best language you can come from to Go is probably C. All right, so how do we get edit to work here? I don't think it's going to work with this library. We may have to like fork it, which is a bit of a shame. Or not fork it, sorry. We may have to fork a process. Nice. Yeah, it's definitely worthwhile. You're very welcome. It says it aims to be fully compatible with Git. I think we could just fork, right? So we'll get rid of go-get. Actually, it might be good to still make sure that we have committed changes. I'm going to shrink this down a little bit because it's too big. OS, what is it? Start process? Maybe that's it. Grokking Algorithms, yeah, it's a good book. I'll probably do some more algorithms based off there, in kind of the same way that I did the binary search algorithm. I think star process is going to be the right thing. Yeah, let's give it a go. What is the actual name? And then the argv is going to be a string. And then I guess the message, right? I don't know if nil's going to work here. We probably need to do an empty proc attribute. Thank you, Kershard. I appreciate that. All right, let's give this a go. I think we're all right. GPT script does like a lot of caching, so I'm not going to keep spending money. Go run commit. W declared and not used. Yeah, that's fine. We'll look at this work tree in a minute because we just want to make sure that we don't try to generate something if we have no commits. R declared and not used. Yep, that's fine. Actually, we can do this because we do want to make sure that we're inside of a git repository. Okay, let's get rid of this. So I guess we can leave that confirmation. The user experience here doesn't feel that great though, but we'll figure that out in a minute. Yeah. What happened? So it didn't open up. Didn't open up the editor. Let's wait. That's most likely why. Invalid memory address or nil pointer dereference. So what's the error here? What do we think, chat? Fork exec git not found. No such file or directory. What? This is using the ChatGPT API. I'm actually using something called GPT script, which is like a really simplified way of doing some of this stuff. this thing. This is integrated with Go, basically. So, just doing this. Yeah, it might be to do with my path Dora, but kind of weird, right? Because I would have assumed it would take the environment of the parent process. Do you think 100 Go mistakes is good to grasp concurrencies of Go as well? That's not a hard one. I think there's going to be some better books for Go concurrency in Go. Maybe I'm missing the bash path. Let's see. LS should be there, so if LS isn't working, LS, no such file or directory. The path should be there though, which is weird. I mean, LS that time did work. So, for some reason it's not taking the path. But I bet if I do this, it will be an error. Invalid memory address. No pointer dereference. Wait, that's different, right? That's because I'm passing in a nil. Maybe command? Let me Google. exec.run, exec.command. Let's try that instead of os.start process. Wait, command here. That doesn't seem right. Okay, this should be better. Yeah, exec command. I think you're right. Okay, that did work. So we can probably just go ahead and change this to be git commit. Wait. Git commit -m and then the message, right? Gashard, I don't know off the top of the head which book I would recommend for concurrency. So I will figure that out and I'll get back to you on it. But I don't know off the top of my head, unfortunately. Spiridon, thank you so much for the raid. Hey, Shreyas, I appreciate that. Thank you, Spiro. Can we get a shout out for Spiro, huh? Hope you guys enjoyed Spiro's stream. I usually lurk on there when I'm rendering videos. Yeah, man, go be a dad. Thank you for the raid again, bud. Hey, everyone who just joined. So what we're doing at the moment is we are trying to... Well, let's start from the beginning. We have a CLI tool here that will generate git commit messages based on staged changes. So right now, you can see I have some stage changes in the commit. If I run the command of go run commit, it'll generate, I don't know if you can actually see that. Let me do that again. It'll generate a git commit message based on the changes we've just made, which is pretty cool. What we're trying to do now is actually get it so we can edit this message. We had it done with her, which was a nice Go library by the wonderful people at Charm Bracelet. But we decided, well, chat decided actually, rightfully so, that we should be instead editing it with the git commit messages. Or the git commit editor. So rather than editing it in the CLI, something like using this. Which is what we want to do. Unfortunately, we're trying to get that to work, which we are failing to do at the moment. But once we get that, we can then... Well, we've probably got an MVP at this point. Thanks for the follows, everyone, as well. Any other questions you may have? I'm running NixOS, by the way. And I happen to have Hyperland as my window manager. Thank you all for the follows. Nix mentioned, let's go. Yeah, we are checking the error value. And we are printing the error. This is the error value at the moment. Anime window manager mentioned. Let's go. Always got to have an anime window manager. Vaxry. I think Vaxry watched one of my streams. One of my screams. May have seen one of them as well. I think he watched one of my streams, but I didn't realize it was him. See you, Shreyas. I think the .run doesn't output the command, just runs it. You actually might want something else for this. Yeah. So you're meaning I need to pipe in std out? I would have thought it would exec another process, though. Let's take a look. I'm going to call it command. It's a long name, but... You think we've got to pipe it? Exec command bash command.stdn. Yeah, I think that's where we're going, right? Dora, I think you're correct. Capturing the STD out, and then we can try that. Good night, Kashad. Yeah, Johnny Redbeard, I think you are also correct as well. Command equals run. Exec command run. I think we also need to pipe in STD in, STD out. Replicant, I am not using MVChad. I'm using my own custom NeoVim configuration, a Zenful one, which I will be doing a video on soon. I think we got it. I think we got it. Look at that. So this is actually pretty awesome for it. Sure, refactor commit command to use exec for git commit and update dependencies. Refactored the commit command to use exec command for git commit instead of the go get library to improve reliability. No. To be able to edit messages. Updated go.mod to include new dependencies and updated existing ones to their latest version. That's also true. But there we go, we got it. So we're able to edit the messages and it commits. Okay, pretty good. So there's a couple of other things I want to make changes to this. It's also nice that we're dog fooding, isn't it? Let's push this up. It's nice that we're able to use the tool to commit our changes. Let's get rid of this. However, we do want to ensure Gitception. It is Gitception. I'm going to do a video on this on GitHub as well. And I'll link to the original one, and I'll also explain what went wrong there. Okay, so we need to make sure that we've actually got staged changes, right? Here we go. Wait, what's the snippet for if error? 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 Does anyone know the snippet off the top of their head? I don't know. Gotta write it manually until I remember it. You got a train near your name. By the way, good work, chat. Big shout out to Dora and Redbeard as well, and everyone else who helped. Sorry if I missed your names. I guess if clean, then we can sort of say, hey, there's no stage changes. But I don't know if that's correct. We don't want to check the files. We just want to see if there's like any staged changes or not. But I don't know if this is going to be the correct. Sub to stream to keep streamer hydrated. It's true. I won't drink water otherwise. Is clean returns true if all the files are in unmodified status. But how do we list all the files? That's the other thing, because I really want to figure out if we've got any staged changes. It doesn't seem like it's going to tell us that. Okay, I think it's going to have to be... Let's just try it with clean anyway. Is clean. So it's not clean, which is good. Where can I find information about your setup? Desktop environment, editor and font, etc. So I have commands on Twitch. And I have my .files on Twitch as well. I don't really have them on YouTube. So my current status is NixOS, or my current operating system is NixOS. And my window manager is Hyperland. Let me run this actually. Editor, I'm using NeoVim. Font, I'm using JetBrains Mono Nerd font. This should give you some information. But otherwise, Twitch/dreamsofcode_dev. That's going to be the best place. What is my CLI about? That's a great question, CKPIO. So this CLI will automatically perform... Hey, Bastian Wege, first time you see me live? That's awesome, man. So this CLI automatically creates or generates Git commit messages based on staged changes. And right now we're just adding in the editing ability. So if you've got stage changes inside of your code, like git add, let's do it with actually something else. Johnny Redbeard, I'm too neurodivergent to stream my coding sessions. I'd have to ignore chat. The constant context switching would be detrimental to the streaming entertainment. I have the exact same problem. I operate at about maybe 1/100th of the speed. Gary's Goop, how do you generate the commit messages? Using GPT script. That is it. You got it. Yeah, using GPT script. I'll actually show you the code for that. So this is it. Johnny Redbeard on YouTube. Yeah, I'm pretty bad actually. I'm also really slow when it comes to having to interact with chat and having to also write the code as well. So, but I think that's part of the fun, right? I think for me, when it comes to streaming, the goal is to entertain the audience rather than, does it have a website? I'll tell you in a minute, CKPIO. Yeah, so the goal for me is to entertain the audience, and usually I have a goal of like what I want to achieve in the session, but I don't always expect to meet it. It is a shame you have to have a ChatGPT API key. This is on GitHub publicly. You can find it on dreamsofcode-io/Gent. We've just added in that chore. This is actually a commit message that was generated by the tool. So we edited it as well. But it's available, dreamsofcode-io/Gent. Because this is a gentleman. Thanks, Gary's Goop. I appreciate that. I will check that out, NixOS, by the way. Vim Joy seems to be killing it with the NixOS content. It's really awesome. I'm looking forward to getting into some Nix content as well. Can I show you how the tool works? I have done it already, but I will show it again for the new people. You want to see it in action, I guess? Thank you for the follow, work grunt monkey. I feel that sometimes. Oshdub, how's it going? Okay, so let me actually show the tool. So for those who didn't see my last video, in my last video we did this nice little website, which I'll actually go and run. So this website, all we kind of added to this, we got here, this share your dot files. The text is kind of hidden, but ignore that. We did this nice little button, which is a little bit flamboyant. And then it brings us to this new web page called Create. This is all done in Go, by the way. So this is what we built in this last commit. So if I do the git diff on the stage changes, you can see that these are the changes here. What happened to the text? I don't know what happened to the text store. I think dark mode is getting to me again. Oh, I need to check .file out, actually. I have not seen it. So this is all the changes that we're adding in. So the tool. Let me install it first. Now, if I do gent commit, ignore the is clean, that's what we're doing at the moment. It generates a commit message for us, which is feat, add page, and update homepage link. So introduced a new create page for sharing .files, updated the homepage to include a link to the new create page, and then enhanced button animations and styles in CSS. It does need an OpenAI API key. Yeah, that is something it needs, unfortunately. Until we figure out how to get it to run not with OpenAI. But I will figure that out at some point. So yeah, enhance button animations and styles in CSS. So then you can proceed to commit the message, and which now opens up the editor. So you can edit this message if you want to, make any changes. This looks pretty good. And then you just save it, and then it makes the commit for you. Sorry that it's a blur, Oshdub. Yeah, I think we can use pre-trained models. I'm friends with the creators, so I'll ask them if we can use pre-trained models. I know that, like, the last when I spoke to them, they said it only really works with API, but they were planning on supporting models. It's by the same people that created Rancher, by the way, if you ever use Rancher. Or if you know of Rancher. What happens if you press N? It just exits? Yeah, it just exits. So let me try that again. Just exits out. Rancher. 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 That's an American doing a British accent, by the way. Rancher. Yeah, why not just open the editor? So this is just existing user experience that we're now changing because we didn't have the edit thing before. So it was either yes or no. Now we've added that in so we can just bring them to the edit message. But it's a great suggestion, Puyan. You're absolutely right. We can go make that change now. The one change I wanted to do is figure out how to make sure that we only run this if it's not clean. But I guess we can do if not status dot is cheerio. That's also American doing English accent, isn't it? British accent. Cheerio. Hello, I am a British person. The buffer is that you can probably still, well, you can exit the buffer by doing an empty commit message. Is it possible to add a base URL for the OpenAPI key? I think you can specify the key. We'll take a look. I'll take a look at the GPT script documentation. It's annoying because you need the GPT script binary to also work. Long term, if I ever productize this, what I would do is just have the token work elsewhere, if that makes sense. So you'd have the token somewhere else and you just proxy through the API. There's the post commit hook. I'm not sure what you mean, Dora. Do you already know lazy git from Jesse Duffield? That's what a couple of people I know, including me, use. Custom actions, maybe this will be useful there. Maybe it would. I don't use lazy git. I use the git CLI or the git command. Yeah, the git CLI. I'll give lazy git a go. For me, I'm old school. I've actually got a video coming out about my minimalism soon. But I need to give lazy git or something a go because it might be better and it might integrate into my workflow better. Yeah, a lot of people do love it, so I need to give it a try. But it's the same reason I'm still using Alacrity. Get events that is emitted out. Bob, you literally have lazy git open right now. So one thing, YouTube, you are being active today. That's awesome. Normally it's Twitch chat that's being active, but today it's YouTube. Twitch, you're letting the team down. How does the tool generate commits? Is it based on comments in the code or compare changes from the previous version of the code? Showtime, that is a great question. So what it does is it takes a look at the staged changes. So here, GACMD commit. So git diff staged. So it takes a look at these staged changes. And then what it does is it generates the git commit message using AI, which is, I think, a good use of AI, summarizing technical changes and things like that. Freudian slip there. What did I say? Have I tried Z yet, Pop? No, I've not. There is an open issue on GPT script repo for adding in support for non-open API endpoints. Somebody posted a branch that contains one that works with Anthropic. Johnny Redbeard, that is interesting to know. I mean, normally it is Twitch chat that is awesome. You're still awesome. But normally the YouTube chat is a little bit more quiet. So it's interesting to see how much YouTube chat is popping off today. I've always found AI pretty bad at summarizing Git commits. Oshtub, would you compare AI summarizing Git commits to humans summarizing Git commits though? Because I find humans are terrible at Git commits. Yeah, Johnny, post the link. I can't actually see it, but I can search for it because I've got like another thing on my chat that's not the same computer. But let's look at it. If you just post the number, I can find it. Thank you, Puyan. I did do a video on it, but I had to take it down because I didn't really do the video in a good way, and I think people were thinking... I think initially people thought I was saying to build the entire application using AI, which is definitely not where I was going with it. It was more integrating it, but I just didn't do it. Yeah. I mean, Git commit messages from developers are terrible. They just are. PR messages are sometimes better, but I hate doing them. Like, I don't want to think about it. The code should tell me what it is, which is why automating it using AI, I think, is a good thing to do. Fix, commit, yeah. But is there an accuracy rate of generating the commit based on changes? I mean, that's why we're adding in the edit functionality, right? Because I think it's reasonably accurate, but like it can't understand intent. So like it didn't, sorry, I'm saying like a lot. So in this case, it didn't understand why we were making the change to using the command, the exec command, rather than using the git go. It thought we were doing it to be more accurate. Instead, we were doing it to enable edit functionality. So there are things with like intent that it's not going to get correct. But that's why you have the editability. Svidlak, we are not doing any React.js today, I'm afraid. We're doing a CLI tool. Redbeard, did you send me that? Let me take a look. Did I lose you, Redbeard? If you got the commit, if you got the issue number, I'll take a look at it. Yeah, that's the thing, Puyan. It like commit messages are usually the first thing to falter. So it's a cool tool, but it does cost money. But for me, that's where I think like some of the tools of AI are really good for. Just like, I think, you know, you work as a software developer, so you can see the things that we probably need, that where AI can actually assist us, rather than the things that companies may think that AI needs to assist us. Stanley, should you go for Linux or Mac? That depends what you want to do. If you just want to code, or you want to like browse the web or whatever, I recommend Linux. If you're not happy with AI in your operating system, I recommend Linux. If you want to customize your operating system, I recommend Linux. If you want your operating system to be your own, I recommend Linux. If you want to do content creation or video editing, I recommend a Mac. Do I have a day job? I am now a full-time content creator. Or self-employed, I guess. Issue 210. Thank you, Redbeard. Let me take a look at it. There we go. Yeah, I'm a full-time content creator now, so I have been since January, and I love it. It's awesome. I still write code every day. I make sure I do. But yeah, before I was working as a principal engineer. And then I moved into an engineering manager for a role, and I didn't really like it. I'll ping the creators as well and see what they're doing on this, because I'm definitely interested in support for non-OpenAI models. What OS do I use now? Stanley, that's a good question. I use NixOS, by the way. Yeah, Dora, I think you're right. That's when I was using Copilot, that was mostly my use for it, boilerplate. But unfortunately, I was doing a lot where I wasn't just using it. Bob, thank you so much for the $2. So Bob from YouTube just donated $2 with the super message of YouTube chat rules, Twitch chat rules. That's not me saying that. Please don't take that out of context, and please don't clip that and make me look like I hate Twitch, because I love Twitch. But thank you, Bob, for the $2. And in this case, YouTube chat, you do rule. Oh, you're right, Ligma. I got a drink. You're keeping me hydrated. Thank you, Bob. Regia, Dreams of Code. Hi. What kind of camera do you use for streaming? So I have a really expensive camera that is completely overkill for streaming. I have the FX3 because there's another creator I really like called Tom Buck. He does a lot of video and audio stuff. Has really, really cheesy jokes as well, and I love it. Tom Buck. So if you're ever interested in audio video, I recommend his content. He's just really wholesome, pretty good. But he uses the FX3 and absolutely loves it. It's a really expensive camera though, but it's a cinema camera. So it has like active cooling, so it won't overheat, which is what my Sony A6400 would do. If you're in a cool environment, then that will work. But for me, it just kept overheating after a while. So I use the FX3 and I use it with the G Master 24mm 1.4 lens. What do I think about limiting the subject line to 50 characters? In the commit messages? It's not a bad shout. So this line? I mean, that's pretty short. We can definitely force it to limit, but I think there may be some long ones, you're right. We can add that feature though. 11 Wick from YouTube. I am in the US though, believe it or not. So I do have the quality of life that comes with air conditioning. Did I ditch Arch? No, I still use it for recording. I just keep my laptops, which is what I stream off of. I actually plug this into a computer, but my laptops use NixOS because it's an easier thing to manage. Copilot pause, you're right, Pop. Yeah. The top bar reminds you of KDA GNOME 1. That is because it's using GTK, so it's called Ayla's GTK shell. So it uses GTK, which is why it's so similar to the GNOME 1. I need to look at DevEnv. DevEnv seems pretty cool. I'm more of a tinkerer than a real programmer. Nah, that makes you a real programmer in my mind. Pop, did you recommend, was that you, Pop? Stanley, what laptop am I using? I'm using the Framework 16. Let me take a look. This is it. It's called the Framework Fran MZ, but it's the Framework 16. It's pretty awesome. Is the code of the CLI open to look at? It is. Was it you who mentioned keeping this to 50 characters? It might have been somebody else. Sorry, Pop. Yeah, this code is available. It is available on dreamsofcode-io/gent. Did you switch theme? Yeah, I'm using Tokyo Night instead of Capuchin. I guess is that the question? But Phoenix, you saw me last time. Yeah, 16:10 is a good aspect ratio. Did I see Deckman? Let me have a look. Deckman? Declarative Package and Configuration Manager for Arch. Interesting. I have not seen this. That looks pretty cool. I may have to give this a go. Sorry, Pop, I got you confused. I'm actually overhydrated again, so I may have to take a quick 2 minutes. Let me go do that. And I will leave the beautiful NixOS theme here, and we'll be right back. I'll be about 2 minutes, maybe less. Yeah, pee break, basically. Ligma teats off, got me too hydrated. Alright, be right back, everybody. And we're back. Didn't lose too much view. Wow, we got 140 people on Twitch. Let me put the camera back on as well. Thank you, everybody, for that brief intermission. I did wash my hands, Ligma. They're still wet, actually. Overhydrated, absolutely. Fast fetchers. Let's give fast fetch a go. Because, you know, as I'm going to upset some people, Neofetch is now discontinued. Not that it means anything. Why no PCAM? I think I get banned for that, right? There's fast fetch. Wait, we got a little bit more information here. You can see we got the battery at 60%. Not bad. Swap, we're not using any of that. 5.39 terabyte disk. Pool stream. If I had a swimming pool, I would stream that. I actually was thinking about doing woodworking as a stream. If anybody's ever interested in me doing woodworking, it would just be me shouting or swearing and being like really sweaty and covered in dust. But I mean, it's not a bad thing. Yeah, I'll do some woodworking. All right, let's do it. I'll get that set up sometime. It's pretty fun. Just using big saws and stuff. I guess like the crowd will be hoping for me to like lose a thumb or something. Yeah. 5 terabytes, yeah. I could have gone to 9, but we only went to 5. What kind of stuff do I build? Usually just like home furniture. So nothing that looks great or like just things around the house basically. So I'm building shelves at the moment for my server room because it's a wardrobe, but I don't hang anything up in there. So I'm just building shelves to actually hold all my stuff. Yeah, the framework has a battery charge limit, so I'm keeping it at 60%, which is great. It's a cool laptop. It's a cool laptop. Chop a tree every time someone subs. I mean, we got loads of wood around here because we had a tornado hit us the other week, so all the trees are down. How many laptops do I have, Doc? 3? 4? 4, unfortunately. I have a MacBook, this framework. I have the framework 13, and then I have an old... You got my IP? Oh my god. Oh my god. 192.168. How could this happen? Completely doxed. Please don't DDoS that IP. In fact, no, do it. Come on, bring it. I want to see it. Have I got any pictures you can show us of the furniture? Yeah, I do. If you follow me on Twitter, I will send some pictures. Yeah, go give me a follow on Twitter at dreamsofcode-io. Ping it. Yeah, DDoS it. Can I do a Google Trace route? I can. I won't, but I could if I wanted to. I am using Z Shell, aren't I? Okay, so yeah, I am using Z Shell. Okay, this is where it gets a bit interesting. So I'm using the Nix shell to run fast fetch. So I don't have fast fetch installed on my system. But it's a great question, Sir Dan Clanny. So I don't have fast fetch installed, but when you run Nix shell, it opens up a brand new shell, which in this case is bash. So I can run fast fetch. Yeah, I know. I just don't think I'll ever call it X. I am an AGS enjoyer, Phoenix. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I like AGS. Alright, so I guess we can get rid of this stuff, but we'll get rid of that in another commit. We should now be not committing or attempting to commit if there's no changes. It's very weird to run the go run command to run a commit. So it says the work tree is clean. So I guess that's the other problem, right? It thinks it's clean even though it's not. Because the status says it's clean, but it's got stage changes. So I don't know how to do... I don't actually know how to check. This isn't right. Is clean returns true if all the files are in an unmodified status, but that's not really true at all. Status.string. What is MM? Xing. Xing does feel a bit. Hey, Connecticus. I just saw you on there. You still on stream? Just saw you follow. For those who don't know, Connecticus is another YouTuber. I recommend watching his channel. Giving him a sub. He's awesome. Hey, Lake. We're doing well. Trying to figure out how to, detect if there's stage changes or not, and only allow you to run the tool if there are stage changes. But, it's not really working. I guess Connecticus is not in there. But still, go check him out. He's awesome. If not is clean. That's when it's not clean though. Yeah. Wait, you're saying that's when it's not clean? If not, status is clean. If status is clean... Oh, you're right. That's my getting that wrong, right? So this should now work. You're correct. What would I do without chat? Hey, Dr. Wolf, how's it going? Okay, so generated commit message. So somebody said to limit this to 50 characters, and that's probably a good idea. We'll add that in as well. Ensure Git work tree is clean before generating commit message and executing commit command. That's pretty good. I'm happy with that commit message. But yeah, we want to keep this up to 50, otherwise it gets truncated. So we will add that in as well. Canaticus, thank you so much for the subscription. I'm sorry that my thing is not working correctly, but it was Canaticus, everyone. Thank you so much for the sub. You are helping me to bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world, and you're helping to support my dreams. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And everyone, go check out Canaticus' YouTube channel. Again, really awesome guy. Thank you very much. Drink, drink, drink. And you're helping to support my drinks. I'm also almost out of water. That's how many subs we've had today. A whole Zojirushi of water. By the way, if you're ever in the market, I should get like sponsored or something. If you're ever in the market for a refreshing thermos that keeps your water cool, then I recommend the Zojirushi. Much better than a Stanley. Yeah, it is the Git. Yeah, it doesn't get truncated. I think it gets new lined though. Maybe not here. It does like in GitHub or something. But Bob, you are correct. I think we can do that as well. Let's get rid of this, however, though. We don't need the generated commit message. We can just go on to any sponsored links. I wish. I'm not sponsored by Zojirushi. Absolutely would be, though. Best water bottle I've ever got. It like... Yeah, it's awesome. I can't explain it because it's gross, but like normal water bottles, when you drink them, they get... If you drink straight out of them, they'll get foisty after a while. I don't know if you know the word foisty, but like the bacteria from your mouth will go back in them. This one, it doesn't happen because of the design. So like the water in here doesn't go off, if that makes sense. Like eventually it will. I wouldn't leave it for like a week or whatever. But there's no backwash. Yeah, I think it's truncated in GitHub. I think you're right, Dora. That is correct, Bob. Pop. Yeah, we'll give it a prompt. We'll tell it to try to tell it to constrain itself to less than 50 characters. Allosaurus. Allosaurus? I'm going to guess it's Allosaurus. I have not given Zed a go yet. I will give Zed a go. I'm pretty like stuck in my ways with my workflow, mainly because I try to keep minimal or keep to minimalism. It prevents like a lot of decision fatigue. Yeah, it's a UI thing. So yeah, it gets cut off here, but we'll try to keep it to less than 50 because I think it's a good idea and it's a good way to show you how to edit this. Are we looking into DevEnv? You may want to check out DevBox while you're at it as well. Let me make a note of these. Do I have an mvim config to share? I do, FZK. You can type in the dots command or .files command, and you should get a little link to my repo. Am I more of a convention over configuration person? Are you talking about Ruby on Rails? I don't like Rails. Can you set Z-shell as the default? I think it's like dots rather than dot. DOTS. So like Bob, I've been using... What am I looking for? Somebody recommended. Okay, yeah. DevEnv and DevBox. So I've been using like Vim since 2015 maybe? And then I moved to NeoVim maybe in 2018. I started using Vim back in 2010 and had to use it for work in 2012 for like a year. And then I kind of darted back and forth with it every so often. But full time I've been using Vim since 2015. And then NeoVim whenever it came out. Thank you, Undifnol. I really appreciate that. Do I prefer having things working out of the box or deciding yourself how they should behave? I like both. I like the ability for things to work out of the box, which most things do. Most things typically work out of the box. I see your last commit on MVim was to remove Copilot. Really? I haven't updated my MVim that well. Yeah, I guess I probably haven't. But yeah, I like things to work out of the box, and then I like to build up to what I like to use. NVChad was like a good way of getting started with NeoVim, because I had a really terrible NeoVim config before then, mainly because I didn't put time into it. But it was based off my Vim config, so it was kind of my Vim config carried over. And then NVChad, I found that and I was like, this makes things a lot easier, so I'm just going to use NVChad. Rather than me using, because I wasn't even using Lazy or Packer back then. I wasn't using Lua much. I was using DN, and Vim. Yeah, this is like Vim, right? So I was using a lot of Vim packages, which weren't that great. This was the, this is still going. Dark Powered Vim, NeoVim Plugin Manager. So this was working for Vim, and I was using DN at the time. Very, very different. A lot of Vim script. Yeah, Kickstart is a really good way to get started. I recommend Kickstart. Don't go the Vim route that I was doing. But I was using DN. What else was I using? DNight. By Shogyo. I don't know if that's actually a Japanese name, but this guy has some really cool stuff. But back for like the Vim days. But now he's using NeoVim, so I guess everybody moves on. But he has DNight, Dioply as well I was using, and DNight. So this was all more Vim based, and I just had this in my NeoVim configuration, but NeoVim had some niceties to it. I think it had true color support. Emacs Lisp, yeah. I did try Emacs for a while, but I just can't get over Lisp. Okay, so what did we change here? Failed to scan input. I don't know what that means. Unexpected new line. I guess this is because we're not getting the confirmation. I'm going to see if... Oh, okay. No, this is because I haven't removed the scan line. So I need to get rid of more. We're deleting code though, which is always great. So it's not Tmux Phoenix. Like Tmux is still Z shell. It's the Nix shell though, I think. So Tmux is still pointing to my Z shell. Have I tried any remote workstation setup? I have not. I have not, Dora. What do you have in mind? Have you tried any? Sure, remove user confirmation prompt for commit message generation. There we go. That worked. Also knows that it's a chore, which is also really cool. It's not a feature. It's like getting the chore accurate, which is great. You should check out eWrapper on Debian. It's so nice to have single letter aliases to your editor. Coding Cafe? I'll make a note of that. I'll check it out. Coding Cafe is such a cozy name. I wish there was a Coding Cafe. I used to code in coffee shops when I was younger, but Z shell, Nix shell. Phoenix? You're not dumb. This is cool. Let me bookmark this. Plain Z shell. Home manager. That's all we want. Chisui. Chisui. Do I have any Dreamer code related tattoo? Not yet, Pop. I will get one though. Starbucks. Ah, it's too noisy though. Starbucks isn't great for it. The Taco Bell Z shell config. How'd you know I hate last night? Well, just normal SSH and Vim over SSH is quite nice since I can run my thin client laptop and have a beefy workstation at home. Yeah, that's what I usually do. I used to SSH into my workstation. Now I don't, I just use laptops. But yeah, I pretty much used to do the same thing. Are you using Ubuntu distro? Diego Skate Dev? No, I'm not. I'm using NixOS, by the way. NixOS. Hacked your cameras and spied on your dinner. How'd you know I had my camera out for dinner? Oh, I guess because obviously you hacked it. That's because I set up an FTP server. Spent most of last night setting up an FTP server on my NAS system so that my camera could automatically update footage to that FTP server without me having to plug in and plug out a CF Express card. And turns out it doesn't do it for footage, only does it for photos. So that was a complete waste of time. Ligma did. Ligma's a pro hacker, everybody. Does Nix come so nice looking out of the box? It does not, Ample. But the benefit of Nix is you can just install my Nix files and everything will work. Tailscale is pretty good. Tailscale is pretty good. The only problem with it is it's not open source, but you can use Headscale, I think. All right, let's go ahead and make this 50 lines of characters. So now we're going to actually edit the AI, which is a little bit more scary. I'm going to tell the AI here. So we'll just add a new instruction, I think, for the subject line. Make sure to constrain this to 50 characters as a maximum. You can, any additional context should be in the, let's try this actually. I think that might confuse it. This is prompt engineering, by the way. Not my funnest thing, but make sure to constrain. That's the problem with prompt engineering, isn't it, Johan? Although, if it's smart enough, it should figure that out. Okay, let's try this now. Let's see if it constrains it. Failed to run, generate a message. I wonder what that is. Probably because we've not got any stage changes. Yeah, okay. So I really need to figure out how to do stage changes. I had a whole video about this, Pop. It's not just like when it comes to prompts, like the term engineering has been co-opted by anything technical at the moment. So like there's detection engineering, prompt engineering, data engineering, software engineering. And like there are some aspects that I can understand engineering principles, such as building redundant systems or how to like, you know, move data over without incurring any downtime. There's like some engineering principles, but most of the time not. Although, do I really care much about the term engineering? Not really. I've always preferred the term software engineer because it sounds more prestigious. But it's not really an engineering vocation, is it? So, add instruction to constrain subject line length. Didn't constrain it. Now, I wonder if this is due to caching, though. Yeah, it does make it sound more prestigious, but then the whole industry's been doing that for a while, right? Code monkey. Yeah. Let's change this for the subject line, because it might not know what that means. Let's try that. It could also be some weird caching going on as well. Ah, didn't seem to do it. So, not great. Maybe I can fall back to commit message from whatthecommit.com. Okay. This is true AI commit messages. So, I mean, we've enforced it, but it's telling us we've enforced it, but it's not actually enforcing it. We'll see. Curl it. It's not going to link my IP, is it? HTML? Is there not like a JSON version? Yeah, is there an API call? I don't know. I don't really want to have to parse HTML. Index/txt. There you go. It is YOLO. All right, we've tried to constrain this. Maybe we constrain it to 45 characters, 40 characters, because it might just be constraining the message, not the actual line itself. There you go. Let's see if we can get some additional context as well, because I don't want it to just now only do additional context. Thanks for the follows, everybody, by the way. How am I sure that it's working? That's the problem with AI. You can't be. I don't know why we're exiting out now. Maybe I... Yeah, we will test it with a massive commit. I want to see why this is failing though, because I may have just run out of credits. Nope. I mean, that did show that there was more than 40 characters in this old one, and the script doesn't have this updated stuff. So I think it is kind of working. Kind of. I don't know why it's working. The actual error messages are pretty bad about this. I wonder if there's a better way we can... How many R's are there in strawberry? 3? Okay, that seemed to work. Adjusted the character limit for the first line of commit messages to 40 characters and added instructions for additional context. I guess that works. Not according to ChatGPT. No, it's not good at math, is it? But I mean, ChatGPT is just a reflection of our human selves, so maybe we're not very good at math. Thanks for the follow, everybody. Computers are good at it, yeah. But AI isn't really a computer, is it? It's a bunch of if statements with a bit of randomness thrown in. All right, so what else do we add to this? Or are we done? No, I won't tell you how to siphon gas. Do you need an AI to tell you how to do that though? It's kind of easy. French monkey. I'm glad we've got you to confirm. Thank you for your service. And thank you for your studies. You're also interested in coding because if you know math and you know how to code, you're going to make a lot of money. That's probably the one thing I regret, not learning math better. In case the code sucks, set the author to another user with the previous commit in the repo. That's pretty good. That's a good idea. Nice French monkey. You're going to make a lot of money. I'm jealous. I mean, we could add different flags to it if we need to, but I think just generating the commit message is fine. I have faith. Generate a commit message only with emojis. Okay, now we're getting into cursed territory, but I like it. Okay, let's go and make sure to use a healthy dose of emojis to convey emotions. That's our modern society, right? This is a modernity in action. There we go. Why did this fail? We need better error messages, that's the big thing. Let's try that. Okay, this looks better. Hey, we got an emoji. Can the TUI display emojis? I don't know if the TUI can, but this displays them. If you're on a Mojo project, could lead to misfires. It absolutely could. Generate a commit message with only emojis. Now that's not very great. That's a bad user experience. Remember when OpenAI found someone using their API to train a new model and turned it into a cat GPT that just meowed? That's funny. What terminal emulator are you using? Is it still Tmux? So Tmux isn't a terminal emulator, it's a terminal multiplexer. But the emulator I'm using is Alacrity, and then I use Tmux inside of Alacrity to have multiple windows, panes, sessions, tabs, or whatever you want to call them. If you were using something like WesTerm or iTerm2, you probably don't need tmux. But I think tmux is pretty awesome because I can SSH in from another machine and attach to this session. If the binary is named git_gent and your path, and it's in your path, you could do git_gent. That's pretty cool. I was just thinking gent at the moment, gent commit, but git_gent could be cool. Wonder if we can add it as an extension to Git. He gents, the gents. Tmux is awesome. I agree, Dora from YouTube. Do you use tmuxinator for your project setup? I do not. Again, I'm really minimal. I need to look at tmuxinator and a couple of the other ones to see. But I'm just very minimal on my setups. What do I think of AI which creates arts and why are they always anime girls? That's a good question. Somebody should figure that out. Why not Kitty? It has almost all of the features Tmux has and has GPU accelerated just like Alacrity. Mainly because I started using Alacrity in 2017 and it fitted my needs. That's it. Back then, we didn't really have GPU accelerated terminals. In fact, I mentioned it to my coworker and they thought I was crazy. They're like, why do you need a GPU accelerated terminal? And I was like, you just don't understand. You need one. 90% of art is cat girls. There you go. We figured it out. 90% of art is cat girls. Update instructions for commit messages. Added a note to include emojis for fun. And this is now 49. So we did it. We did it. It was just underneath. Are emojis problems though? That's the real question. Does GitHub know how to handle Unicode? Didn't the new VTEA on GTK4 terminals show they have kind of the same speed as GPU accelerated terminals? Alazaros? I don't know. I need to check that out because if so, that's pretty awesome. I use a GPU accelerated terminal, by the way. I used to use Macs. I still use a Mac, but I used to use a MacBook back in 2015, and I still absolutely state that the 2015 MacBook Pro was the best machine that Apple had ever created, and they've not been able to catch that yet since. Maybe the M1s. M1s are pretty awesome. Best chip Apple's ever created. But in 2015, I was using iTerm2 initially. iTerm2 was in 2015. I was using iTerm2, Vim, and Tmux. I think that was when I was starting to develop those kind of patterns. And it just sucked. It was so slow. Like there was input lag whenever you would type. So that's why I used an accelerated terminal in 2017 when Alacrity came out. Yeah, suckless terminal is pretty good. I like ST, but it needs X window, unfortunately. That is the only problem with suckless. They're minimal, and they are minimal. The actual code of like DWM and ST is minimal, but that's because they're piggybacking on a lot of X11, which is one of the bloated things out there. GNOME console is pretty good. Yeah, it was a fantastic machine. You still have it? I'm jealous. I sold mine, upgraded to the 2016 MacBook Pro. Worst machine ever. Worst machine ever. Terrible. The touch bar. As a Vim user, that escape key. But whilst it was terrible, some beautiful things came out of the ashes of that. In 2017, I moved to Linux, and I also learned about remapping or rebinding your keys to make things better. I'm going to take a look at that. Ugh. That one was horrible. Got hotter than the sun or a nuclear factory. Touch bar was terrible. Nobody wanted it. I just typed that out because I'm not on it. I'm not on the same machine that has the chat. VTE, Virtual Terminal Library, is the library underpinning various GNOME. You guys can see that. If not, let me just open up another window. I don't know how to actually change the scaling on this, but here's what we're looking at. Yeah, foot is pretty good. Alacrity comparison. Oh, it is a long. Faster than Alacrity. Oh, wait, latency in milliseconds. Okay, so this is what it was in F39. This is F40. Foot. Yeah, Foot's not the best name. VTE test app. And terminal. So yeah, they are faster. They're not. They're a little behind. This obviously has a huge latency spike, and I guess that's when it's redrawing the entire screen. I don't know what they're doing though. I don't know if they're doing the same thing as Foot. But yeah, it looks promising, to be honest. Yeah, this is cool. I'll give it a go. Do I know about Xremap? Imagine Vi keybind shortcuts for everything, for any desktop environment. That could be cool. But like in my terminal, I don't use Vim key bindings because I don't think it's better. I think Emacs is better in the terminal. Foo plus terminal equals foot. That's a cool name. I'll give it that. All right, we need better error messaging. Return run.text. I think we'll get the actual text of an error. So I think the actual message will contain the error rather than containing the actual, because it's going to be using SDD, SD out. Maybe. I don't like having to press escape to navigate when I could just press Control and A. Tuck, by the way, was that in the Z-Shell video? Awesome. I'm glad to hear that, man. Oh, nice. Do you have that dot file anywhere? Because I would be interested in seeing that in Bash. I want to do a whole video on the Emacs key bindings in the shell as well, or in the prompt, because there's some really good ones, and I always forget them as well. So I think if I do a video on them, I should remember at least a couple. NixOS, by the way, I have escape and control the same as well, but still. Yeah, I think if you haven't learned the Emacs key bindings, that makes sense. But I also have home row mods, so like control is even easier than escape for me. Because escape is in my pinky finger next to the A, but control for me is actually my index fingers on both hands. Do you like to use templating or JavaScript frameworks? This year, I'm using Go for web. And that's like I've got a video coming out about that, but that's just a blanket decision I've made. If I need to build a website, I'm going to use Go. Now, there's exceptions to that rule, but this year, Go, that's what I'm doing. Next year, it might be Rust. 7.7.19. I'm not gonna do this on stream, but thank you. I will have a look at that. Cool. I got that saved. I'm gonna take a look at it. Hey Shubham, sorry for keeping you up. I'm hoping you're having a good time though. Viking Dante, I won't stop talking. If that helps you fall asleep, that's great. We want a bit of a chill stream anyway. I think that's the vibe. Have I met Bash Bunny? I've never met her. I think she follows me on Twitter though. Itharak, hi, do you have a custom keyboard? If you do use a keyboard that supports QMK firmware, here's my suggestion. My caps lock is an escape when I hit it and control when I hold it down. Itharak, I use that already. I actually have a video coming out soon, which is in the scripting stage, so maybe not that soon. But I have a video on using Kanata to do that with your laptop. But yeah, I have that key binding already, as well as homeroom mods. But it's a great key binding. So yeah, awesome. And thank you for the recommendation. Temple not good? I use Temple in NixOS, by the way. I like it a lot. How would you compare your productivity when you code alone as opposed to streaming and talking at the same time? Oh, like 1% streaming and talking? I think the biggest impact for any form of software development is focus, which is why I keep a minimal setup. Again, this is fresh in my head because I've written a script about it yesterday, but I always keep a minimal setup so that I can focus better or have clarity and not have decision fatigue. But streaming is the biggest focus because it's not about me writing code. It's about me interacting with the chat, showing cool things, working with the chat. I think that's actually something I really like. Both YouTube and Twitch chat, being able to work together. I'll try to get a combined message so you guys can see each other talking as well. But yeah, really, really awesome to work with chat on building stuff. I like that a lot. So that's kind of what it is. It's more of a big paired programming or mob programming session, but entertainment as well. Siesto and Lamento, but would you use JavaScript frontend like React, Vue using APIs and Go, HTML templating? I've done that in the past. Yeah. I've used React, I've used Vue, and I've used APIs, but sometimes SPAs, I think, just add a bit of complexity that you don't always need. However, if you're building like a mobile app, then having a JSON API does make a lot of sense. That's how I've done it in the past, but I don't build mobile apps that much anymore. Temple is good. Yeah, the LSP is bad, Lake. You're correct. Malo, I'm more interested in the IDE you're using and the setup. Looks interesting. I love that. I'll do some videos on that. The next, how do I start with programming? That's a great question. I want to make a scholarship, but it's too hard to get in Germany. I think starting with programming is difficult. I definitely recommend a beginner book. You want to figure out what kind of things you want to build with your programming, whether you want to build systems, whether you want to build web applications, websites, whatever. Yeah, CS50X is a good one. I recommend starting low level, but not everybody likes that, and it can be challenging. I would not recommend using YouTube to learn though. I mean, you can. I've never used YouTube to learn, so I don't know. I prefer books. How would you go about learning NixOS? I tried to set it up with Flakes and Home Manager, but could not get it to work. Yeah, it's difficult. I will do a video, Zabba1. The problem with Nix is the documentation sucks. There are some YouTubers out there who have done some good content on it. I think Apostrophe, he's a new one. He's got like 1K views, 1K subs, 24K views. Vimjoya is a go-to, yeah. I like Vimjoya as well. But the documentation sucks, so I will do a video on it at some point and try to explain it. I'm going to do one on Darwin Nix first, because I think that's an easy gradual integration to it, and I'll do that on Dreams of Code. Then the other one, DOA, I'll do NixOS. Yeah, I learn coding through books. It's the best way to learn, in my opinion. You can go back, you can reread, you can understand it. It's been hopefully edited. There are way too many ways to do. That's the thing with NixOS. There's a lot of ways, and some of the ways people do, I find it is more confusing. Now, that could just be my naivety, but I'm going to try to figure out how to do things in a way that I think is really good, and then I want to share that way. Yeah, the documentation, I think, I don't know. I think it's just bad. It's bad. It's difficult to find anything, and it's out of date, unorganized, as you said, spread out. But I don't think the documentation is where you're meant to go to figure things out. I think the actual GitHub repos for NixOS and the Nix package manager and Darwin Nix are where you're meant to go if you want to figure things out. So like, So Trisk, Home Manager is frustrating because of the website structure, but Home Manager you should use the man pages for. Wait. So, what is it? Home Manager? Home configuration. Okay. So I think this is it. Let's look for Canata, right? Which is what I'll do a video on. Canata. Is that rare? Maybe this isn't the right one. Oh yeah, because Canata's not in here. So let's look at something else. But the man page is the best place to look. Obviously I'm looking for the wrong thing, but if we go like Hyperland. So you have kind of all of the Hyperland stuff here as well. So I think if you need to get used to man pages when it comes to Home Manager, and then it's actually not too bad. But you can search through the man pages, find everything you need. And they do kind of exist. The next, do you know every code from like HTML, CSS, Java? I don't know like every code, but I know how to code in those languages. I think like there's a basic understanding you get with software development that can translate across different languages. So once you know one language, it's easier to know another, unless you're working in something like Haskell or OCaml. You're right, as 10-minute videos can't give you that deep understanding. 8-hour-long podcasts, pretty awesome. Like I try to give a lot of information in 10 minutes, but it's going to be hard. Some people don't learn that well with that. What kind of hardware are you using for your main Linux system? I'm using a Framework 16. As a fan of Golang and a fan of books for learning, have any Go book recommendations? I do, but not off the top of my head. I guess 100 mistakes you can make in Go and how to avoid them is pretty good. Thanks for sending over the YouTube channel, NixOS, by the way. Can you do for me a basic calculator? It's in 5 minutes done. I mean, no. Sorry. I'm not going to do a calculator right now. How the hell do you add commands? You go, I don't know, but I do have a YouTube command. It's going to be on Stream Elements. Yeah, functional languages are crazy. They're great, I really like them, but they're so different. It might be like a YT as well. And it should just drop you a whisper, that one. I need to get it so it actually drops it in the chat though. Yeah, that's what Haskell does feel like. I agree with that. But yeah, so that's how you figure out things on Home Manager. You have the same thing for your normal configuration as well. So man configuration.nix. Honestly, these are like really good starting points for documentation, the man pages. So a bunch of stuff in here that you can figure out. Canata, I think, is in here. Yeah, Canata. So this is what I use for on my laptops for dealing with the keyboards. So I remap keys, and this had all the documentation I needed for it, as well as the Canata website. Phoenix, home-manager-options.extranix.com. All right, I'm going to take your word on it. Let's have a look. Oh, option searches. Yeah, that's pretty good as well. I mean, you have to go to a website though for that. Yeah, you can search at least. Am I using OBS to stream using VA API? I am using OBS to stream. I don't know if I'm using VA API. But I'm using OBS with a capture card, so I'm not actually using it on my laptop. Because I like to keep the laptop running as performant as possible. Shubham, I am planning a new Tmux video. I am. It's going to be on my second channel. And it's going to be when that video hits 1 million views. So soon. Once it hits 1 million views, I will be a happy man. My ego will be satisfied because I'll hit that magic number. You know, I just want a 1 million view video. So once it does hit that, I will go ahead and I will do a brand new tmux video on this configuration. Or I could do the video and just link to that one. That might be a better way. $2 million video, my PowerShell config. 2 million hateful comments, more like. Yeah, you're right, Lake. Oh my posh is the rank programming languages. I wanted to rank programming language package managers. That was something I wanted to do. If you don't mind me asking, why do you prefer using tmux over utilizing a second terminal? Because in a second terminal, you can't do this. Git status. So like if you accidentally close your terminal on a second terminal, you cannot reattach. For example, wait. Right, let's say you've got important work on this second one here. I actually don't know how to move over. Okay, and here's more important work. Now, if I close both of these, right, they're gone. I can't get that important work back, but here I can. That's why I prefer tmux to just having multiple terminals open. My config, Firefox config got 8 stars. That's pretty good. That's good. What keys do you tap to scroll through tmux windows? Do you tap Control B N by hand? I do not use Control B. So I recommend watching my tmux video, Almaz. It's on my channel. I recommend watching it, but I use Control Space. So Control Space C, that creates the new window. But for going through these kind of windows, I actually use, and my config is up so you can check that out. But I use Control and Shift, and then H for left, L for right. And because I use home row mods, I'm actually pressing S and D, so Alt and Shift, sorry, Alt and Shift. I'm actually pressing S and D and then pressing H and K to like cycle through. So it's really easy to navigate around. And then for actually navigating across panes, or the splits, I guess, as you can call them in other languages, I'm using F to hold down to get control, and then again using L or H to actually navigate. I hope that makes sense. What do I use to edit? DaVinci? Correct. DaVinci Resolve. You need to watch that video. I mean, yeah, I think you actually have. HK for next and previous. Maybe I didn't actually say that. Sorry. Home row mods, like your S key is the mod key. Yeah, so home row mods. I'll do a video on that as well because it's kind of a confusing concept. I didn't mention it in the vid. Well, there you go. I can add it into my next tmux video, which will be after home row mods, because then it all makes sense and tie nicely together and we'll have this little ecosystem of zenfulness. So, home row mods. Really hard to explain without a top-down camera, but top-down cameras, I've realized, are dangerous. So, Lake, I have tried it a little bit. I'm going to try a little bit more, maybe on stream. But home row mods. So, A, S, D, and F for the left hand. Semicolon, L, K, J for the right hand. Those are your home row keys. For me, the pinky finger becomes the meta key or the operating system key, like window key or command in Mac OS or whatever. S becomes Alt, left and right associated. D becomes Shift, and F becomes Control, but only when you hold it down and press another key. So they're not going to be just Shift if you tap it. It will still be S or D if you tap it. But if you press D and J, as I do here, I get a capital J. You can change the timings on home row mods. You can actually, if you've got good keyboard, I mean, like we can do monkey test and it won't trigger. So like you can change the timings, you can change it so that it's only when you press down. Like if you roll keys, it can be a bit of an issue at times. But I'm not triggering any of them. I'm also not typing that fast, so maybe that's probably part of the issue. I'm typing terribly. Yeah. Do I have it set up on my keyboard software, or am I using something like Xmod to do it? So that is a great question. I will show you what I'm doing. So my keyboards, the custom ones that you can custom the firmware for, or customize the firmware for, each of them have the home row mods added to them in their own respective firmware. However, I also have home row mods added to my laptops, which do not have custom firmware for their keyboards. To do that, I am using Canada. I'm going to do a whole video on this, by the way, so I apologize that this may not be as comprehensive at the moment, but there'll be a video coming out. This is Canada, which is pretty awesome. Uses Lisp, unfortunately. But it allows you to remap for Linux, macOS, and Windows. And it's written in Rust, by the way. So, here's my configuration.nix. Canada. So here is the keyboards that I've actually got it set up for. So you can see this is my Framework 13 keyboard. This is my keyboard for the Framework 16. And this is my configuration. So you can see I'm defining aliases for A, S, D, F, also caps lock key as well. KJ, semicolon. These are called tap hold. And then you'll see that this is the modification or the aliasing that I'm doing. So yeah. Crowny, that is a great question. Do I plan on merging Twitch chat and YouTube chat in the stream? I absolutely do, so people can see things. I'm sorry that it's not merged at the moment, but I will be merging that so people can see what's going on. Oh, you're very welcome, XD. I will do a video on all of this soon. I'm just like swimming in ideas at the moment. But yeah, we'll do a video on all of this and then you can see how it works and everything. But it's really awesome and it's a good idea. There's plenty of content about home row mods out there as well. Do I use the Tmux display pop-up feature currently? No, I don't. Yeah, Dora, some people don't like split keyboards, but I do find home row mods is really useful. There is a caveat with home row mods. You can accidentally misfire if you don't have your timings correct. And it is weird to get used to, Tuna the Cuba. So you can misfire, and there's going to be a slight delay when you tap a key and it appearing on the screen. For me, that is worth it. Like, I thought I would hate it, but actually the comfort from using home row mods makes it a lot better. I feel like doing a type racer race. I mean, I'll get second or third. I'm pretty bad at them. I'm glad to hear that, Ankit. So Canada doesn't interfere with my Moonlander setup because of this here. So I'm only specifying it to my certain devices. So the Moonlander is not listed in this device, so it doesn't get impacted. Only the built-in keyboards I'm specifying. That's how you solve that problem. Looks like we ran out of music. Let me go and add into the playlist. There we go. Am I creating my own tool for the chat merging? Is there no tools out there? Or do I need to like use a different thing? Like currently I use Restream, so I'm sure they must have an overlay. Can I do a video on .files management? I have a video on .files management. On Dreams of Autonomy. Let me share that. Code it on stream? I could do, but it would take me forever. Oh, let me actually get the video that I have on my .files management. This is different. This is Home Manager. But Stow has forever changed the way I manage my dot files. This is it. This video here is on my second channel, Dreams of Autonomy, but that's how I manage my dot files. Stow mentioned. Now I got the title memorized. I do, yeah. Of course I do. I memorize all my titles. So yeah, if you want to learn how I manage them with Stow, this is how I do it. I think they changed their TOS, right, Crowny? Are you serious? Did I kill Stow as well? It's GNU. GNU Stow. How can I kill Stow? Nah. There can't be. It's GNU that manages it. I can't kill GNU. I definitely killed P10K, but I don't think I killed Stow. Which shell do I use? They do, however, it can't be bigger or draw importance to other streaming platforms. Ugh. Are you serious? Alright, I'm going to have to type that in, but let me have a look. savannah.gnu.org/bug/index.php. I'm going to be so embarrassed if I killed Stow. Stow needs a co-maintainer, 7th of April. It was a little bit after. Only one maintainer, man. This is so awful, isn't it? State of open source sometimes. If anybody wants to contribute, how did you kill P10K? I'll show you. I got a video on it on Dreams of Autonomy. Let me show you. So we may have killed P10K. How did I kill it? Because it's on life support mode now. It's not dead, it will still work, but... Docs, the project is on life support last month. That was a week after my video on P10K came out. So, I guess that's how I killed it. Will I make a NeoVim setup for Gleam? I probably will. I need to do another NeoVim series, basically, from scratch. Yeah, I think maybe just a coincidence, but I also think it probably was because a lot of people went to P10K after that video. Yeah, Geotan's probably looking for maintenance. Awesome, Ankit. I hope you enjoy it. Yeah, I mean, it could be coincidence. I hope it's a coincidence, but also probably not. It's not the first time I've been messaged about sending a lot of traffic to open source projects. They didn't message me, but... I mean, it's probably a nation state, right? Geotan. So, and they're probably supported by it. Yeah, you should tinker with K3s. I recommend it. Z shells should be still in active development. Yeah, we're going to be looking at K3 soon. Let's see, did we actually get this working? K3s is Rancher's version of K8s. It's like a... Let me show you. Rancher, the same people who do... Or same people from GPT script, actually, believe it or not. Or the same creators. K3s. So K3s is a lightweight Kubernetes distribution that's like super easy to install. You can install it like this. I actually have a node somewhere that I've installed K3s on using NixOS. I think that was my first stream video, so I recommend watching that. It's pretty awesome. It's what my home lab is at the moment. I have four node K3s cluster. with 3 nodes as masters. And it works really well. So yeah, I'm going to do a video on it though, a home lab video. I do have a Kanban board for video ideas. I can't share it though because I'll probably get plagiarized. Any thoughts on Starship? I did a video on Oh My Z Shell why on Oh My Posh why I don't use Starship, but it's just missing a couple of features. Otherwise, it's pretty great. It's fast, but yeah, it has a couple of features that I'm missing. Why don't you use something like I did try to set it up, but it was working a bit weird. But it seems like a lot of websites just break, yeah. Any thoughts on Gentoo? I have respect for anybody that can use Gentoo. I cannot use it. I don't understand. What is it, C flags or whatever it is? Not C flags. I can't remember what they're called. Let's have a look. Let me make this a bit bigger. Do I ever have some bugs in Hyperland? Yeah, sometimes. Hey, I'm thinking of starting to use Vim. Should I use VS Code or NeoVim? Maybe VS Code to learn the Vim bindings. If you don't know the Vim bindings and you start with NeoVim, you're going to have a hard time, I think. If you already use... Have I heard somebody pronounce it Gentoo? Gentoo? I think it's Gentoo, right? Or is it Gentoo? I pronounce things terrible, by the way. Schneider, thank you for the cheer. Thank you so much. I got a drink for that. Gentoo as in generic? Okay. Not Gentoo then. I feel like a lot of Linux themes websites look weirdly similar and simple. Yeah, we like minimalism in Linux. I drank, Ligma. I drank. I promise. Yeah, I think like if you want to have a simple experience, then Endeavour OS is okay. I don't really like the Arch install script. I think it takes away from the experience of Arch. Gentoo is in GIF. But is it GIF or GIF? That's the thing. How do you know, right? Samyak. Hello, Dreams of Code. Recently I started with using Tmux and now I found Zelij. Should I switch to Zelij or wait for some more time for it to grow? If you're happy using Zelij, then, or if you're happy using Tmux, then I don't think Zelij is going to give you much more than that. It's both until spoken. Schrodinger's pronunciation. Let me know how it goes, Tuna the Cuba. Tuna the Cuba. You install NixOS using GNOME install or minimal version? Minimal version, come on. I don't use the GUI. You should know me by now. Brody Robinson says that Arch was meant to come with the install script, so they dropped it. I mean, that's probably true. But I mean, it definitely installs like a different version of Arch. Well, it's different defaults, right? It's Cuba in the form of cube, not Cuba. Tuna the Cuba. Cuba. Cuber. Guay. Zelij is so great in terms of feature discovery, but not so much sense to switch from Tmux. Yeah, if you're happy with your Tmux configuration and you feel productive, no point switching over to Zelij. T2, that guy, thank you so much for the subscription. You are helping me bring my content to hundreds of thousands of people around the world, and you're helping to support my dreams. That's a 2-for-1. I really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I got a drink. Thank you so much. Hey, Zeet Dark, how's it going? I drank, Ligma. I drank. You're getting slow. All right, where were we? Where were we? We were having such a nice conversation, I forgot where we were. Delay in the chat. I apologize. Can't place the accent, Cloud with Tom. You want to have a guess? If you had to guess like the general country, you could probably get that. Okay, I think we added error logging, but let's see. Bristol is not bad. Not bad. Not Bristol though. That's a bit to the west of where I'm from. Yes, UK, Cloud with Tom, you got it. So my accent is actually, I guess it's closest to received pronunciation, but it's also, it's not as posh as that. I don't speak like the king. It's far too posh, but it's very coast. But no. So I was born in southeast London, but I don't talk like my family. And then I went to elocution lessons because my mum didn't want me to talk like her. She talks like that, innit? I'm from London. That's how my accent. Elliot, what are you doing? So, I don't speak like my mum. So I guess my accent is, I don't really know. Doesn't exist. I wish. My mum probably watches all of the, where in Southeast? Bromley. My mum watches all my YouTube videos though. But she's back in the UK. I'm in the US, so I'm going to see her though this year because I got my immigration all sorted. What about creating a video, how to move from VS Code to NeoVim? The only problem with that video would be, it would be a barefaced lie because I've never used VS Code. So I just don't know what the experience would be of moving from it. So I can't really, like I'd love to create that video, but I can't really create a video that I haven't done, if that makes sense. Like I spend a lot of time making sure I understand what I'm talking about before I talk about it. And moving from VS Code, I just don't even know what's on VS Code that I would need to move, if that makes sense. So I could try it, but I could do trying VS Code as a Vim user. Yeah, I could give that a go. Yeah, people love Jupyter notebooks. Jupyter. But then org mode on Emacs is probably even better. Did you do your under 18 education in the UK or the US? I did it in the UK. The Vim key bindings, or Vim motions, I guess, as people call it, is probably the most important part about Vim, or NeoVim. The other reason that I really like NeoVim is because it's in the terminal. So I don't use NeoVim as my IDE, I use the terminal as my IDE. So that's why I also use tmux to have sessions and tabs. Like, I don't think in VS Code you can open multiple projects. Like, it's just kind of one project in the same editor. Whereas me, I can have multiple NeoVims. And I do have multiple, well, I did. But like, I can have my nix.files opened up in another editor. Let's say, so I've got my flake here. But also I can just go over to this first tab here and I have, you know, what we're working on. So I'm able to have multiple editors open at the same time, which I don't think you can really do with VS Code. And that for me, like, is a part of my workflow, which is why I really like NeoVim. But it's not really NeoVim that does that, because you could do that with Nano. Thoughts on Z? Again, it's probably going to be the same thing because it's a single window application and I can't have multiple Zs running inside of a terminal, which I can easily jump around. It's probably not going to work for me, but I'll give it a go and understand it. But yeah, for me, NeoVim is a part of that terminal experience rather than anything else. Alt-tab? Yeah, Alt-tab's not great. Yeah, multiple projects with multiple sessions as well. You're absolutely right. So you can have different tmux sessions, which I tend to do as well. Like when I worked full time, I would have my personal stuff in a different session, then my full-time work in another session. Is it worth learning Go? Depends on what you want to do. If yes, what project would you start with? Maybe a CLI application. I actually have a course that I'm working on So I need to finish up another lesson or two, and it's good for sale at that point. It's not going to be finished, but it will kick me to finish it, so I'll do that. What do I do in my day job? I'm now a full-time content creator. I no longer work, but I used to work as a principal engineer, which was fun. Is this custom NeoVim build? This is a custom NeoVim build. Yeah, I can't leave the terminal. I've tried it. I hate it. I have to live in the terminal now. Yeah, session for each of your projects. Really great way to do it. Am I staying in the USA? Yeah, for the meantime, provided nothing bad happens. I have no intention of leaving yet. If you could browse via the terminal, would you? Probably not. I actually like that I can't browse as easily, because I think that's a really easy way to get distracted when you have a text editor. Who are you voting for, Doc? That's private. It doesn't matter who I vote for in this place. I will have zero impact on the outcome of the election. Do you not like scroll off? What is scroll off? What is my keyboard layout? QWERTY. I use QWERTY. What is scroll off? I am not in New York City now. No, I have a nice big house. Don't live in New York City. How do you find software engineering culture in the US versus the UK? So like US work culture is insane. I don't like US work culture. I could go on a rant about it, but UK work culture I think is much more chill, much more relaxed. And if you try too hard, it kind of comes off bad on you. Whereas US work culture is very political, full of work culture and a lot of self-promotion, which is something I don't really like to do. To be fair, most people don't like to do it that I've met, but there are like really self-promotional people in US work culture. So there's a lot of BS I found, unfortunately, which was like really annoying because I just care about doing a good job and getting things done. Keep some lines below your cursor. Okay, I'll take a look at scroll off. Again, you got to remember I'm a Vim user, not a NeoVim user, so all of this stuff I've never taken time to look to, which is, again, a problem. Minimal number of screen lines to keep above and you're below your cursor. Okay, I see. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Let's give it a go. And that is probably a good thing to do. So we'll add that in. Okay, yeah, nice. I will add that in. 10? 10 might be a... 10 is pretty nice, actually. It's up there, my NeoVim. It's basic AF. I think it's based off of Kickstart, most of it, but not all of it. Vim dot. Yeah, this I don't normally have it this size. What does it set scroll off? Vim dot scroll off. Let's do it 5 for the moment. I do usually have it big for scrolling. What did I do wrong? Oh no. It's my only problem with... Just opt. Okay, let's try that. There you go, you're right. There you go, much better. Five? Is it too little? It might be, I think 10 was pretty good actually. Netherlands does have a good work-life culture. UK is okay. There's a lot of drinking in the UK though. Any videos on your home lab or NAS setup? Do you use it? Yeah, I use a home lab and a NAS and kit. We'll do a video on those soon. Yeah, Japanese work culture is pretty brutal. American one is terrible. But at the same time, like if you get into a good company with American, it is really good. It's just sometimes there's a lot of people that will self-promote, and I just find that very cringe. I also understand you have to self-promote sometimes in order to get ahead. But for me, I find it like just... like, what's the point? Do you have any additional thoughts on your new framework laptop? Nothing additional from... Like, I like it. It's working really well. I'm enjoying it. There's a bit of clunk to it every so often, but it's... the repairability is what I'm paying for. I also really like having key bindings that keep the cursor centered when jumping through searches, which I shamelessly stole from Prime. Yeah, that seems pretty good. I just spent the last 10 minutes flashing my keyboard with Homo rods, and after you said, oh my god, a game changer. Oh, nice to hear that, Trisk. Yeah, I will do a video on it, I promise. I'm going to do some Homo mods. They're pretty awesome. I want to start with a simple one of like using the control and escape key just to like prime people up a little bit, because I think jumping into Homo mods can seem very scary at first. But yeah, I will be doing some videos on it. Unless someone beats me. When will I upload a new video? Tomorrow. I've got a new video coming out tomorrow. I need to do some quality checks tonight. But a new one coming out tomorrow about what happens when you commit a secret. What is the app that you are working on? This is a fun app that will automatically generate Git commit messages. Good night, dude. See you later. This will automatically generate Git commit messages based on your staged changes. So, we have no stage changes, but if I add some stage changes, which is, I don't even know if these are actually doing anything. Yeah, not really much, just printing out a failure message. I'm not sure about moving meta, but Shift, Control, and Alt are sure. I wouldn't move them, just supplement them, if that makes sense. So you have all of them. Solitaire, but on the terminal. That's a good idea. That would be cool to see, yeah. Even on private reports for accidental key leak, even on private repos. Yeah. I mean, once you leak them, there's not much you can do if you push them remote, but locally is kind of how to stop it. Why are you using 8 tab stops? Am I? I shouldn't be. Doesn't look like 8 to me. Looks like 2. It depends what you want to do. If you want an all-round laptop and you don't mind privacy and stuff, then yeah, absolutely fine. Do I recommend any NAS? Again, it depends on your technical competency, but QNAP, is it QNAP? I think are pretty good, and you can reinstall the operating system on them to be true NAS if you ever want to go something more technical. Ah, it's just tabs, yeah, that's why. Sorry, yeah, it's just tabs. So, but that's what Git does. Not Git, sorry, that's what Go does when you format it. It'll be tabs. So these are 4 spaces. TrueNAS is awesome. I really like TrueNAS, but it is much more technical. Do you have any task manager to manage stuff you do, both work and personal? I use Obsidian with Kanban boards. On packet managers, do you like the way that NPM or Cargo works, which is dedicated for dependencies on each product, or the way that Go and C++ work in that regard? That was too fast talking, sorry. I prefer how C works. Well, C is actually pretty good. I think C and C++ are the best package managers when you consider NixOS exists. Yeah, Eminem. But I like Go, how Go does it with dependencies. It is nice to kind of vendor it in the actual directory as well, though. Go's a bit weird when it comes to that. I like how Go uses decentralized package management, though. But yeah, I don't know. I think I will do a video on different package managers and look at them. What is Obsidian? Obsidian is like a... How do I explain Obsidian? Let's look at it. Let's look at the website. That's going to be the best. It's a note-taking app, but it uses Markdown. But there's so many extensions for it, so I use it for like Kanban boards and stuff. Obsidian's pretty cool. It's not open source though, that's my only critique of it. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Ooh. Obsidian's better than Notion, definitely. In my opinion. Exactly, the data is still yours, so you can still access the Markdown files. I just want them to be open source, but I understand they're not. They need to make money. But I would still pay for it. That's the crazy thing. I would still pay for Obsidian Sync at the price it's currently at, which is $4 a month. I would happily pay for that if they would just make it, like, well, I pay for it now, but if they made it open source, I would still pay them for that because it works so well. And yeah, you can self-host. You can do that already though. That's the thing. Joplin is open source, yeah. Obsidian's nice. Emacs Org mode is the creme de la creme. Org mode is probably the greatest thing ever. Computational notebooks, so basically Jupyter. Yeah, org mode is amazing. Org mode also renders in GitHub as well. And you can do code snippets in it, and then you can mangle the entire file into source code if you need to, but like you have documentation. It's just amazing. See, we're getting the emojis now, which is awesome. I don't know if Dora's on, but Dora, thanks for the suggestion to move towards Git commit. I think that made the whole project a lot better. Use a cursed fag to make it all emojis. That's a good idea. I like that. Let's do it. What do I think about Logsec as an open source alternative to Obsidian? I haven't tried it. Let me add that to my to-do list. TidyWiki. To-do list in Obsidian Kanban board? Yeah, I have a Kanban board in Obsidian. And Logsec as well, that was it. NVim Neorg. Yeah, it's meant to be good, but it doesn't have all the features, I don't think, of like org mode. TiddlyWiki. That's a questionable name. Yeah, Dora from YouTube did TiddlyWiki or something. I don't know if that exists. Can you collaborate on Obsidian? Maybe? I don't know. I've never tried it. You might not be able to. I don't know, like. Alright, let's go and add a cursed mode into this. Is it options? Is it args? I can't remember. Expected arguments. Let's have a look. Int var, some flag. Okay, that was it. Usage. All right, let's try that. Not enough arguments. What am I missing? Oh, value. Cursed ball maker. Hey, typed reflections, how's it going? This probably looks very strange coming in at this point of why I'm doing a cursed mode. We want cursed mode. Thank you for the follow, typed reflections. Okay, so I think we just define completely different instructions here. How can I do a fancy frame like in ZLJ, but in Go? You have to use a terminal. You have to basically redraw the terminal if you want to do that. So you have to basically redraw, an STD out. So you need to use, I think it's /B. I can't remember what it is to delete characters. But that's how you do it. You can use any of the charm tools for TUIs. They're a little bit easier. Okay, this tool is going to be the get status tool. So let's go ahead and define it. Okay, so we want to define another tool called generate cursed. We could just pass in the cursed flag, I guess. What's the best way in Vim to de-intent, I guess, other than using the equals character? Hey, BP Codes. Glad you joined us. Do I have any schedule for streaming or announcements of some kind? I don't at the moment, but I will start doing that. You do get an alert. I usually start streaming around, I guess, 4 hours ago is when I started. 4 hours ago on a Saturday. That's kind of guaranteed. And then maybe a Wednesday or Tuesday, just depending on how I feel. I'll start doing 3 days a week soon because I want to go for Twitch Partner. Shift plus and... Okay, Shift plus... Let's try that. Shift plus that for... Ah, nice. That's cool. Thank you, Samyak. Highlight chunk, yeah. Cool. You can use visual mode to highlight column. Yeah. Wait, Control V does the whole column? Oh, just visual block. I see. But it disappears. Is there any way to, like, keep that so you're not having to, you know, re-highlight it? Anyone know? No. Keep the visual block. So I'm selecting the visual block here, and then I'm indenting using the shift, or using the right angled bracket. But then I lose the visual block. Just create GV to recreate the last block. That's okay. And then there's also the key map setting. Thanks, Mahmood Mouser. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, that's not too bad, I guess. I can live with that. A little bit jumpy, but it's alright. What do we name this? Normal instruction. You just use visual line. Then we need to define the cursed instruction. It's going to be very similar to this, but let's try that. Not enough context. Makes sense. Let's see. It added 2 commits, but it didn't add only commits. Maybe it even knows, maybe it's trying to protect us. All right, let's add some more instructions to it. Also, I missed the chat. Let me go ahead and read. If you enter into insert mode, the visual block stays like multi-cursors. And then you can use tab. Let's try that. If you enter into insert mode, doesn't seem to want to do it. But it does if I do C. Why does I not work then? Oh, so you use C, then Shift P to paste the characters back. Use I for special insert. Let's try that. Okay, Shift I. That's pretty cool. That's better. So if we're already inserted, I mean, I guess you can just use visual block at this point to delete all this, which is probably easier. Cool. Good tip. I like it. All right, we need to, using only emojis, the message should convey what can change, but using only emojis. Do not use any other text characters. Yeah, Leap. I've heard about Leap. I'll check it out. A visual line with not work though. Okay, Dora. Yeah, I like the visual block that you just mentioned with the I. I think that works. Let me add Leap. Yeah, Leap and Vim. I've looked at Leap in the past. I'll give it a go. Okay, let's try this cursed instruction. Joshing. Welcome. Joshing from YouTube. What does the CLI app do? Oh my gosh. Can we, okay, can we decipher what this is saying? Chat, let me make this larger for everyone. This is the commit message, the cursed one. What do you think's happening here? That's a bit too big. So the CLI app, joshing, this is in cursed mode, so don't take this. But what it does is it generates git commit messages from your staged changes. And it'll generate it using AI, and then you can commit that commit message. So you don't have to write your own commit messages based on whatever you changed. New feature, fix, messaging. Nah, I don't know. Build, refreshing the build. Doesn't explain cursed mode. Added charm, configured something, refactored some code. It's definitely a new feature, new something. Configure message, fixed a loop. It's not the best. Should we see what it is in non-cursed mode? Let's get rid of cursed mode. Should it be a single line? Maybe. Okay, so this is a feature, added cursed mode for emoji-only commit messages. Introduced a new flag, curse, to generate commit messages using only emojis. This enhances the fun factor and provides a unique way to commit changes. Yeah, you're right. So I think that's where we can get rid of the first line. What is my Z Shell theme? I have a video on my Z Shell theme. but I'm using power level 10. No, I'm not anymore. I'm using a power level 10K replication with Oh My Bosh. Your Hyperlink config in .files, that is correct, Zerkapil. It is available at dreamsofcode.files or elliotmins.files. If you go onto any of my GitHub projects, you'll find it that way. But just so you know. This is my .files configuration. Could do a... Yeah, maybe. I don't even know how to pronounce that. Is that cute mode? Oh, this button. I mean, I think this was a pretty good commit message. Close some tabs, Meiji. All right, Luigi, bro. You don't got to tell me how to live my life. You happy? I did that for you. That looks like a good binding. I'm going to add that in or test it out later. You're welcome. I mean, you're not wrong. You do know it's bad. I've worked with people that have it, so it's like you can't even see the title or even the favicon. All right, I think this is a good commit message. We got curse mode. May as well push this up. Wait, did I miss something? Oh yeah, let's add this in and see how this works. Favicon. Don't say it's favicon. Favicon. That's what I'm going to call it. One thing, are you using a local LLM? I'm not yet. Not yet. Favicon. Favicon. Favion? Favicon. Favicon. I'm going to call it. I'm going to keep calling that. Favicon. What's the story behind the name Gent? So there's actually a twofold story here. You've got Git, which in British slang means unpleasant person. And then you've got Gent, which is the opposite, which is a gentleman. But the key difference between Git and Gent is that Gent also has that generative in there as well, because it's generating the Git commit messages. So it's a bit of a play on words. Favicon. Are you sure? Mahmood, I don't know if I believe you. If it's favicon. Favicon or favicon? Thanks, Samyak. Jits. Gits. Git, not jit. That's the problem with Git and Gent, because it's not Git and Gent, it's Git and Gent. Long A. Favicon. How long? Wait, was this cursed mode? No. Deadly Appearance, I'm using JetBrains mono nerd fonts. If you're in Twitch, you can just do the dots command. Yeah, NextOS, thank you for doing that. First stream you ever tune into? I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm having a lot of fun as well. You guys are awesome. You missed the war between YouTube and Twitch earlier though. Cleanups, just all my commit messages at work. Broom and spanner. That's not exactly useful, is it? You know what, that's good enough. I mean, it does do the job. Thank you, SR. I appreciate that. I mean, I got some bit of glam now for my terminal, learn a few things, so it's great fun. And we all got to do a bit of pair programming, which is great. However, it is getting to the time where the stream is going to end, because I got to go sort out a video for all you wonderful people, so you can be entertained on your Sunday. So with that, we're going to try to find somebody to go and raid. What do we think? We got any takers? Let's have a look. The video tomorrow is going to be about the worst thing you can commit in your code. Secrets. F4 stream is on there, but we do raid him quite a lot, and maybe we'll give him a break today. I want to see if there's anybody a little smaller, just to pay it forward, you know. Hey, look. Luigi bro, it's a good time to sleep. Horror game? Is anybody interested in horror games? If there was someone using Nix. Linux kernel clone. See if someone's using Vim. Yeah, let's take a look. Mosscode? You want to go with Mosscode? Simdes? Simdes. Where were they? Mosscode? Ads? Oh, I've got no audio set up for this. How do I skip this ad? Well, we're all watching... Is this Fortnite? The famous Taylor Swift song? No, Valorant, sorry. Yeah, they're doing something fun. Alright, we're going to raid Mosscode. Let's go ahead and do that. Alright, everyone, thank you for an awesome stream. It was a real fun one this time. Glad you got to see what I've been working on. Glad we got to make it even better, actually. Feel free to go check out that code and use it yourself. Oh my god, this is terrible. But yeah, see you later, everyone. Let's go raid. Perfect. And we got another video coming out tomorrow, so I'm hoping you enjoy it, and I hope you get to see it. And great ideas today. Great session. Had a lot of fun. Thank you so much, everybody. I'll see you next time. To everyone on YouTube, have a good evening.